Welcome, everyone. It's good to see everybody. Happy Friday. For those of you doing the 9 to 5 Monday through Friday thing, happy Friday anyway. It's good to see everybody. Um, so, yeah, uh, Mr. Ricky Martin, Mr. Ricky Martin, uh, is definitely living La Vida foul. Well, allegedly, allegedly, he claims that they are all unfounded, unfounded. So I'm going to go ahead and read an article here. We're just going to get right into it. Uh, Ricky Martin reportedly stands accused of incest and domestic abuse stemming from an alleged physical relationship with his 21-year-old nephew and could face up to 50 years behind bars, according to Spanish news website Marca. Earlier this month, the Livin' La Vida Loca singer was issued a restraining order due to a domestic abuse allegation in Puerto Rico. Martin said at the time that the accusations against him were completely false and that he would defend himself with dignity. Spanish website Marca has identified the man accusing the 50-year-old singer of abuse as Dennis Yadiel Sanchez, a nephew with whom Martin was reportedly involved with romantically for several months. Marca reported that Martin's brother, Eric Martin, divulged the identity of the singer's accuser. Martin is accused of refusing to accept the separation. In Puerto Rico, the crime of incest can carry a sentence of up to 50 years. Martin goes to court July 21st, according to Marca. In a statement provided to the Daily News, Martin's lawyer, Marty Singer, claimed the person who made this claim suffers from deep mental health issues. Of course they say that. Ricky Martin has, of course, never been and would never be involved in any kind of sexual or romantic relationship with his nephew, the statement alleges. The idea is not only untrue, it is disgusting. We all hope that this man gets help. He gets the help that he so urgently needs. But most of all, we look forward to this awful case being dismissed as soon as a judge gets to look at the facts. Yeah. Okay. So we're seeing a pretty basic, like, I mean, this is run of the mill, accusations, other than the accusations themselves and what they consist of. This is a first, a nephew, incest, and stalking, basically. This is we see these things happen all too often. Okay, we see these things happen all too often. Not as far as the incest and not as far as the the domestic violence, but it being a nephew, that's a little different. But these things lead, in our experience, in the cases that we talk about here, people, these things tend to lead to more serious situations, hence the restraining order. But again, these are just allegations. Ricky Martin completely denies this. He absolutely denies this. All right, listen, I grew up Hispanic. Okay. And that, at least, I mean, I don't know about Puerto Rico. Okay. I don't know. My family is Dominican. So I honestly don't know exactly how, exactly if that's common or if it's uncommon over there in certain areas. I mean, it's kind of common around here in certain areas, not exactly where I live, but in certain areas, it's not uncommon to say, is probably the fair thing to say. Now, as far as like the stalking goes and not letting it go, right? Not letting the relationship be, as far as that goes, it a few days ago, sometimes I get really bored, and then and then I find something to watch, and then if it turns out to be based on a true story, I just get in a rabbit hole and I start, you know, I start digging into it and trying to figure out, more details. What's fiction? This is what happened. Okay, so um, how many of you, type of one, if you are familiar with the Betty Broderick case from like 88 or 89? If you're familiar with the Betty Broderick case, uh type of one. Oh, Michelle Macklin Lindsay is, yeah. Okay. Oh wow. A lot of you are. This is great. Okay, good. Okay. The state was California, San Diego to be exact. Um now, so this is really funny how this started, okay? So I was just, man, desperate. Like, I've seen everything, I've seen everything. And I'm surfing and trying to find something on Prime. And then I saw Meredith Baxter Burney in like the thumbnail type thing. And uh and it said a woman scorned or something like that. A woman scorned, the Betty Broderick story or something like that, or a woman gone mad or something to that effect. It was a made for TV movie that came out in like 93, right? So it was right after the trial and everything, right? So they make this made for TV movie, and it's got Meredith Baxter Burney. And since then, now when I was a kid, I I'll get into that in a second. But I would watch I would watch Family Ties, right? I loved Family Ties. And Meredith Baxter Burney, I had kind of a crush on her. I was like 8. You know what I mean? You know, um, and she was, sharp-witted and everything, and she was, an older woman, you know what I mean? It was exciting when I was a kid, and then later on, years later, before I see this movie, now years after this movie's made, but I didn't see it back then. It's not something that would have interested me as a kid. And so, yeah, no way. I would never stand a chance. I mean, I hope not. I was 8. But years pass by, and then South Park comes out with like an album, right? And Chef has this song on there talking about Meredith Baxter Burney and how um he's talking about Meredith Baxter Burney and how he had a crush on Meredith Baxter Burney, which is really funny. It's a really funny song. um as a matter of fact, you know what, I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to well, no, I'm not going to do that. I can't do that with this computer. Never mind. Anyway, look up Chef Meredith Baxter Burney, it'll come up. But um and the whole time I'm watching this, all I can think of is that song. Like the whole time I'm watching this thing. Uh and what's funny is she did a really, really good portrayal for a television movie, a made for TV like NBC movie. She did a really good job with it. She was really, and now I don't know how much of it was embellished, but I like to like eliminate, cut the fat. Because what I ended up doing, people, I ended up watching that. Then I like started watching YouTube videos, right? YouTube videos of like little documentaries and things of that nature. Then I started, and then I found that there was, and I had already watched it. I just didn't pay it any mind. I didn't care. But then there was Dirty John. There's this TV show on like USA or something, comes on every few years. They'll come out with a different season. And season 2 was about that and had like Christian Slater and Amanda Peet. And watching that, really made me laugh because like there was some really serious overacting in that. And Amanda Peet had this because they really portrayed Betty Broderick to be psychotic, like totally nuts, right? And then the question was whether or not the husband drove her nuts, and he's at fault for her going nuts and then deciding to go on a violent rampage and killing him and his new wife. After all of this other stuff, which I'm going to get to in a second, this is going to bring me back to the Ricky Martin thing. I promise. I'm not lost on this. I just let you know. So, and yeah, Amanda Peet's performance was very, very funny to me. Like because they made her look way crazier, they made her look super crazy. And she had that really she had that fake smile, that fake rich lady smile, but that screams like I'm in pain behind my eyes at the same time. The whole time. Like every time there's a scene on her and she's talking to somebody, like kill me, right? And I'm cracking up watching this mini series. There's like 6 episodes, I think. And I absolutely I got totally engulfed in this case, because this is what was really, really weird about that case is the whole time, like for years, right? She accused him of cheating. Okay. Now, I've been in a relationship like that where somebody was accusing me of cheating with somebody I worked with just because they worked with me. And it was just like, dude, no, I mean, and then I've been accused of cheating to the point where I'm just like, you know what? Then I'm just, I might as well just sleep with this person. Now, I wouldn't lie about it. I wouldn't do it. I'd just be like, you know what? Forget it. This is over. And you know what? I have the opportunity to be with her, and I've been accused of it. Might as well, like you make me miserable. So, it's a no-brainer. But that seemed to be the case with this dude. Now, he did tell her that, hold on, this is like coming apart. Whatever. So he did tell her later on and admitted, yeah, the whole time. Now, the question is, nobody heard it but her. She testifies that he admitted that they were always sleeping together. Now, he did end up marrying her. So, you know what I mean? Like, stands to reason that he was. But this lady now we're talking, she would leave crazy, obsessive, vulgar messages on their answering machine. Now, remember, this is the 80s, right? So the answering machine in the house, like everybody in the house can hear it. It plays the message out loud. It plays the greeting out loud, beeps, and then the person leaves a message, and everybody in the house can hear it. So he's got kids in the house, and she's always doing this, right? And she drives her suburban SUV into the front door of the man's house while the kids are inside. Now, I found that really weird that nobody mentioned this. It never came up in trial. Nobody mentioned it in the dialogue of any of the dramatizations that I watched, that the kids, like, she could have like totally killed one of the kids. The kids were in the house. She doesn't know if they're right behind the door or not. She runs the thing into the house, and then she like what was the next thing she did, man? I'm totally having a brain fart right now. But she did she stole their wedding list, the guest list for their wedding, and then she called each person on the guest list asking them not to attend his wedding. Like, she broke into their house. Dude, she vandalized the house. This woman was a menace for years, terrorized this guy, when all he did was leave her for another woman. Now, I know I get it. You know what I mean? But that doesn't give you know what I'm saying? Have some self-respect. You got 4 kids to look after. That should be your priority. And yet there's even a recorded conversation of her talking to her youngest kid, and he's going, "Mommy, you have to stop this. all the bad words you're using and blah, blah, blah. And she's sitting there going, oh, you're siding with the whore, blah, blah, blah. It's terrible. Like this woman was an emotional terrorist. And then eventually it's not enough for her to terrorize the way she was. So she gets a gun and she shoots her in the back of the head while they're sleeping in their bed. She gets into the house. She stole her daughter's key to get into the house. And she puts one in the back of the new wife's head and in her back. And then the husband, he goes to reach for the phone. She shoots him a bunch of times. She rips the phone out of the wall. She goes down the hall and ditches it in the hall, right? She calls everybody she knows and tells them that she just did this and said, I finally did it. I shot the son of a bitch. She goes to trial, right? Everything I just told you should tell you that she's dead to rights. Like there's no way to not convict this woman. Hung jury, mistrial, right? But the DA made a mistake. The reason why what the DA did to make a mistake was the DA did not cross-examine her. Imagine the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case and Vasquez doesn't, that's her name, right? Camille Vasquez. She doesn't cross-examine Amber Heard. Imagine how that trial would have went if she hadn't done that. Think about that for a second. Right? So that's what I believe happened. That's why I think it was a hung jury, because she actually managed to like convince some of these people like that she stood up for herself. Now, this dude, her thing was he had a contract with me through marriage. He had a contract, so he's supposed to take care of me no matter what. Under no court order yet. Now, he took her to court, won every time because she kept violating restraining orders and just running amok, right? And so, of course, she lost, and he's a litigator, so you know he knows what he's doing, and he takes her to court all these times, and he handles this the right way, and then he decides he's going to pay her $16,000 a month. $16,000 a month. There's no court order saying that he had to do this, but he decides he's going to give her $16,000 a month, right? And she's still harassing him. And then he gets to a point to where he starts to fine her, and he says, you know what? For every cuss word you leave on my answering machine, I'm fining you this many $100s. For every time you trespass and break the restraining order, I'm fining you this much money. And every time you go and visit the kids without any permission, without my permission, I'm fining you this much money, right? So, I mean, at no point did this guy lose his shit, you know? But her defense is that he drove her crazy with litigation. I mean, but everybody seemed to, the people who didn't want to convict her seemed to forget all of the harassment that she was engaging in, right? But then the prosecutor is like, no, we're taking this back to trial. But still, they couldn't get the jury to completely, I mean, it was straight up murder. If you ask me, it was straight up murder, cold-blooded. This is there was even a doctor diagnosed her with narcissistic personality disorder. I mean, this is classic stuff that we talk about here all the time. It was cut and dry. It should have never even, she should have been convicted of first-degree murder in the first place, the first trial, and she wasn't. But then they still couldn't agree on first-degree murder, so they charge her with second-degree murder, and then she gets the max, which is 15 years to life for each one to serve consecutively, not concurrently, right? So she has to serve these 30 years or whatever, and she doesn't even miss, like, she was up for parole in like 2018. She didn't make it. She didn't make it. So now she's up for parole in like 2038, something like that, right? Now, that right there, that detailed example that I just gave you is where the stuff that Ricky Martin is being accused of can absolutely go if you don't file restraining orders. In fact, that's an example of even if you do file restraining orders, that's where that can go. Now, we're talking about Ricky Martin here, though. Okay. Now, I don't know. We don't have a lot of details on the case. We don't know a lot about his personal life. I don't know if he's an alcoholic. I don't know if he's a pillhead. I don't know if he's a crackhead. You know what I mean? I don't know none of these things. I don't know if he's under some sort of medication that causes him as one of the side effects to go into some sort of psychosis, to behave in this manner. Then again, it could all be bullshit. None of it could be true, for all we know. So, so as far as that's concerned, I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens. There's, this is obviously going to go to a trial, but this is funny because it's in Puerto Rico. Okay. 50 years you can get for incest, not even the stalking charges, right? Not even those allegations, not charges. He hasn't been arrested, but he's being accused. And there's going to be an investigation. And somebody in my chat, the very first comment is from somebody called Caribbean Kool-Aid. And I guess they're Boricua. That is what you refer in the Hispanic community as someone from Puerto Rico, Boricua. And that person says this rumor has been going around the island for a long time. It's just now making it mainstream. So this is, I mean, now it's not that it just it just went mainstream. That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is that somebody came out and accused him and filed official paperwork accusing him of incest and harassment. So there's a hearing for July 21st. Okay. Now, as far as I know, he hasn't been arrested. I wonder if there's ever been any other, has there ever been any other scandals involving Ricky Martin? Does anybody know? I mean, 2 weeks ago is when they smacked him with the restraining order. I mean, oh, he's being sued by his former manager. Let me look that up real quick. All right. Ricky Martin is being sued by his former talent manager, Rebecca Drucker, for breach of contract. The former manager claims that the singer failed to pay her upwards of $3 million in commissions. In the lawsuit filed in Los Angeles Superior Court on June 29th, Drucker also claimed to have once saved Martin's career from a devastating scandal and went on to say that he has substance abuse issues and fostered a toxic work environment. Yikes. Okay. That shines a little more light. Now, again, that's hearsay. You know what I mean? That's just another accusation. For years, she protected Martin from the consequences of his reckless indiscretions, according to the lawsuit. Rebecca did so not only because she was his manager, but also because she thought that Martin was her dear friend. Drucker said she first befriended Martin in the early 2000s before working for him around 2013. In February 2018, the two parted ways after a particularly ugly incident in Dubai involving Martin and his representative, Jose Vega, and other disputes. According to the lawsuit, the manager said that the 50-year-old singer's career took a nosedive after she stopped working with the artist, and he begged her to work with him again, an offer she accepted in 2020 under the condition that she would receive a 5% commission. The lawsuit continued that Drucker resurrected Martin's career in every way, quote unquote, with the help of sponsorship deals, touring, and recording contracts, in addition to assisting him with a number of personal issues, including his non payment of taxes, substance abuse, and problems with the nanny he hired to care for his children. She eventually resigned from working with Martin in 2021 and said Martin fostered a toxic work environment wherein he constantly mistreated, manipulated, and lied to Rebecca, quote unquote, in the lawsuit. And that Martin asked her to return to work for him again for a 10% commission. She agreed and resigned again in April of 2022. Drucker is seeking the $3 million of unpaid commissions from deals she said she brokered for Martin. I mean, that's Ricky Martin. He's only getting sued for $3 million, but Cankles is getting sued for 10. Oh my God. Well, one of us had to have the brains in the group, homie. You know what I mean? And it's well. Okay. Welcome, Ray Ray. Yeah, soon, guys, I'm going to do the emoji thing and I'm going to figure that out. So as you can see, trying to spruce things up a little bit. Content's going to change a little bit coming soon. But yeah. Oh, do I? Well, I mean, oh yeah, I see the glare. I see it. It doesn't bother me though. Yeah, so that's interesting to me. That's interesting to me because when we're looking at when we're looking at these accusations, remember I was thinking out loud, wondering, I wonder if there's drugs involved. I wonder if there's drinking involved. There's indiscretions according to his manager's lawsuit that she helped him get out of. So, and before this is before these incidents. Now I don't know. I wonder if, I mean, could it have been possible? Let's think a little scandalous here for a second. Is it a coincidence that these things are happening so close together in time? Isn't it possible that uh the manager and the manager's people reached out to the nephew and said, this will really help out my lawsuit? So, I mean, there's that possibility. And I guarantee that that's going to be an accusation coming from Ricky Martin's people. I guarantee that's going to be brought up, and I guarantee it's going to be investigated. I'm sure of it. Well, when I was a kid and I lived in Dominican Republic, right? When I was a kid and I lived in Dominican Republic, I had a Menudo record. I mean, I was 7. I was 7 years old, and I had a Menudo record. And I had another record. There was like a knockoff. Okay. Basically, they were boy bands, right? So you had Menudo and you had Los Chicos, which is basically like Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. You know what I mean? Like they were around at the same time. Los Chicos were kind of like the knockoff Menudo, or maybe not, but Menudo turned out to be more successful, right? They turned out to be a lot more successful. So, I totally forgot about him. You know what I mean? I mean, I was a little kid, and then I go through high school, everything, and then I'm already like living on my own, and I'm watching MTV, and Living La Vida Loca comes on. And everybody's talking about this dude. Oh my god, the former member of Menudo has a new hit, and he's living La Vida Loca. You know, like Chris Rock even talked about it in a stand up. I mean, it was a massive, massive song. Um, I I didn't understand. I mean, I just didn't listen to that shit. I just didn't listen to that shit. I didn't understand the hype behind it. And there were people, it almost had the hype that Michael Jackson had with, like, I don't know, I guess Beat It, whatever, or Billie Jean. Everybody loved Michael Jackson. It didn't matter what music you were into. When Michael Jackson came out, everyone liked it. Everyone bought a copy of Thriller. Everybody did. And Purple Rain. Everybody bought a copy of that too. But I was noticing, like I had this friend this girl, she was all into punk rock, and she was just all of a sudden like totally enamored with Ricky Martin when he came out with La Vida Loca. Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, we were hanging out at that time too. Um, yeah, that um yeah, I'm gonna go ahead, just in the interest of innocent until proven guilty, blah blah blah. In the interest of that, I'm gonna go ahead and just assume. I'm not going to assume it, but I'm going to say that I'm going to tell myself that that's what makes the most sense. Is the manager suing him has people that reached out and had people that reached out to Ricky Martin's nephew, because I just think it's too coincidental. I just think it's way too coincidental. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not saying it's not true. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's not true. I don't know. I'm saying, like I said, in the interest of preserving the concept of and reserving the right to have the and invest in the concept of innocent until proven guilty. Uh, yeah, you know, if I'm thinking that way, yeah, it makes the most sense to me. It makes absolutely the most sense to me that um oh, thanks, Platform Boots. Welcome. Um, it makes absolute sense to me that that's what could have happened. Now, like I said, it could just mean, hey, you know what? Remember that thing? Because what if he's the one? What if he's the indiscretion that she helped cover up? Because that's what makes sense to me. Like, let's play this out. The manager claims that she helped him cover up a certain indiscretion, right? Now, as soon as she files this lawsuit, and that's in the lawsuit, right? Those are in the court documents. A couple weeks later, the nephew comes out and accuses him of indiscretions, right? So, I mean, it makes the most sense to me. That's all I'm saying. It makes the most sense to me that's what is happening. But I wonder now. I wonder if there's some sort of financial interest for the nephew, because I don't think that there's a lawsuit filed from the nephew. I think he's just bringing up charges. So, yeah. Yeah, you got to see the evidence, man. Annie Wilkes, you're absolutely right. I got to see the evidence. I got to see I gotta see this lawsuit being filed. Now, I don't exactly understand how Puerto Rico works. I don't really fully understand it. I'm not, you know, um, I mean, he is 21. It's not like, I mean, he's not accusing him of rape though. Because, like, I mean, okay, wait a second. Now, is he saying that it started when he was a child? Because that's different. But I mean, he's 21. So, like, if it's two consenting adults, shouldn't the 21-year-old be charged with incest as well? How can they be, you know what I mean? Unless it started when he was a child. Now, I don't really know how Puerto Rico works as far as, like, I mean, because I'd love to get a hold of those court documents, but I don't think, I mean, I don't know. Because I know it's part of the United States, but it's not a state exactly. I don't really understand how that works. Um, yeah, no, yeah, that's the whole point. Is no, he could face 50 years, which also tells me that there is a significant separation between Puerto Rico and the United States of America. Well, Cherry, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, uh, all of these media news outlets are um are disclosing like details of it. So I would imagine that they have access to it somehow. Um so if it's not released, how did they get it? Yeah, that's what I right? I mean, unless like I said, unless he was a child when it started, right? If he was a child when it started, if he was a minor when it started, then that's the only way that I could see that why logically Ricky couldn't file the same charges against him. They haven't GOI the files. Got it. Thank you, Cherry. A 7-month affair. Okay. 7-month affair. I probably just read that and just didn't pay attention to it. What's up, Sherry Pope? Uh I mean, like, they're all adults. Now, is it gross on Ricky Martin's part more than it is on the nephews? Yeah. Yeah, I mean it is. You know, is it more? Yeah, but I mean, the nephew's still accountable. The nephew's an adult. He had to have known that was going to be weird, and I mean, had to. You know what I mean? That's old enough for that shit to feel weird. You know what I mean? Like that's old enough for that shit to be like, no, dude. Like, somos primos. That's weird. Like, mi sobrino. Oye, tío, ¿cómo? I just don't see, you know what I mean? Like you could easily do that. Tío, no seas cochino. Tío Ricky, no seas cochino. What's up, Mr. Harlan? Yo, you see my Bernie Federko jersey, homie? Signed. I mean, yeah, it was consensual. It was a 7-month affair. So, yeah, it was consensual. You know what I mean? He could have easily been like, deal. No. Like, dude, I mean, dude, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? You know what I mean? Like, I would say that he's a victim of I would say that he's a victim of the stalking. Like, okay, at some point it finally got weird for the nephew, and then the nephew was like, "Deal, yeah, no more." Right? That's the only thing that I can imagine actually happened. Like, but or he just became abusive. I mean, he accused him of domestic violence, so that's what it sounds like to me. Is he was totally into it, and then he got abusive, and then he was like, "Well, you're not going to put your hands on me," and then decided, "All right, well, this is how this is going to go." Sucio pendejo. Ay, Ricky, te jodiste. Yikes. I mean, it shouldn't. When this Kevin Spacey thing gets going, I'm going to be talking about that too. I got a lot of opinions on that. Cuz man, I grew up watching Kevin Spacey movies. Like, he was one of my favorite actors. He really really was. Still is. Like, when it comes to like watching older movies that I've seen 1,000 times, you know? I mean, still one of my favorites. Just got Cherry to watch 7, and she loved it. He was like diabolical in that movie. It was great. I mean, Jeremy though, like that's I'm not. Now listen. I've talked about this before. I can separate the art from the artist. Okay, that means I could still watch a Kevin Spacey movie that's already been made. And you know what? If he comes out somehow, he gets his career back. Because this is the thing. Let me get into this too, man. I'm about to go on a little bit of a rant here. Uh, yeah, this live's going to take a little bit of a left turn. Like, as I've said before many times, I can separate the art from the artist. Okay. I could still watch The Cosby Show and enjoy it. Now, I can't look at Bill Cosby without being like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, really? Yeah, it's disgusting. You know what I mean? I can't, but I can watch like, what does that have to do with how, like, the lessons I learned from those episodes, and you know what I mean? Like, all the laughs I had, that stuff was real. You know what I mean? That stuff was real. I watched years, decades, literally decades of reruns of The Cosby Show because I loved the show. Now, then you have Kevin Spacey with his situation, you know, and then and he even made this public statement. He gets accused of. Anybody remember the movie Dazed and Confused? A lot of you guys remember the movie Dazed and Confused. In the movie Dazed and Confused, you had uh, the two nerdy guys, right? The two nerdy guys. One of them starts the fight because, you know, he was all mad and he didn't want to be a big pussy, and his buddy, the one with the kind of semi-long hair and the corduroy pants and the glasses, that actor comes out like a decade later and accuses Kevin Spacey of touching him inappropriately and coming on to him, right? Like advancing towards him. And I believe he was a minor at the time. And like kind of just pushed himself on him, tried to kiss him or something like that. I don't really know exactly the details, but he was super drunk. And then he makes this statement saying I was drunk and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then he ends up getting canceled, right? Because somebody else came out and said something very similar. So he ends up getting canceled. And y'all hear that? I swear to you, this house is probably haunted. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I don't really care. But anyway, but after he's canceled, you know, like, and in the statement, he says that he had a drinking problem. He apologizes. He's going to spend the next few years working on himself, getting better, blah, 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 blah. Right. And then he releases these really weird, ominous video. Like he gets canceled and fired from House of Cards, which is an awesome show. And he gets canceled from that show. Hold on, I gotta find this clip. There we go. So funny. That's all you got to do is all you got to do is just type in Kevin Spacey weird video. So Kevin Spacey, after he's canceled, just out of nowhere, he's been canceled for God knows how long. And this is like this weird begging tactic to get his role back, kind of like I'm back, you know. And nobody brought him back. He just decided to make this weird video saying that he's back as Frank.
I know what you want. Oh, sure, they may have tried to separate us, but what we have is too strong. It's too powerful. I mean, after all, we shared everything, you and I. I told you my deepest, darkest secrets. I showed you exactly what people are capable of. I shocked you with my honesty, but mostly I challenged you and made you think. And you trusted me, even though you knew you shouldn't. So we're not done, no matter what anyone says. And besides, I know what you want. You want me back.
Wow.
Of course, some believed everything and have just been waiting with bated breath to hear me confess it all. They're just dying to have me declare that everything said is true and that I got what I deserved. Wouldn't that be easy if it was all so simple? Only you and I both know it's never that simple, not in politics and not in life. But you wouldn't believe the worst without evidence, would you? You wouldn't rush to judgments without facts, would you? Did you? No, not you. You're smarter than that. Anyway, all this presumption made for such an unsatisfying ending, and to think it could have been such a memorable send-off. I mean, if you and I have learned nothing else these past years, it's that in life and art, nothing should be off the table. We weren't afraid, not of what we said, not of what we did, and we're
I mean,
still
he's
not afraid.
completely in character. You got to give him
Because I
credit
can
for
promise you
being a
this.
great actor. He's a great
If I didn't pay
performer.
the price for the things we both know I did do, I'm certainly not going to pay the price for the things I didn't do. Well, of course, they're going to say I'm being disrespectful, not playing by the rules,
Wow.
like I ever played by anyone's rules before. I never did, and you loved it. Anyhow, despite all the poppycock, the animosity, the
Poppycock.
headlines, the impeachment without a trial, despite everything,
Later, Joe.
despite even my own death, I feel surprisingly good. And my confidence grows each day that soon enough you will know the full truth.
Now, mind you, this is years before these most recent accusations.
Now that I think of it, you never actually saw me die, did you?
Wow, dude.
Conclusions
Very
can
desperate.
be so deceiving. Miss me?
What? Why did he add that? Why did he add that music? That was so weird. But look, the thing is, I'm he's a great actor. He just is. You know what I mean? Now, should he have a career? That's the question. Here's that left turn I was talking about. Why are we cherry picking who is an okay rapist and who isn't? You guys are thinking right now, glare, dude. Like, what do you mean an okay rapist? There's no such thing as an okay rapist. I mean, former rapist, someone who did their time. Why is Mike Tyson all of a sudden the cat's pajamas? Why is everybody swooning over Mike Tyson now? This guy sits there. He has a podcast, a video podcast where it's called Hot Boxing with Mike, where he sits with celebrities, A-list celebrities, smoking a blunt and talking shit about life, just talking, right? Now, this guy was convicted of rape, served his time. Right? Now, he served his time. That could be an argument. Sure. But I mean, so did Cosby. Now, I'm not saying Cosby should act again. He couldn't anyway. I mean, he's blind. He's just done. But Cosby did time, right? I mean, but everybody's just like, oh, Cosby's a creep. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not saying I don't have a problem with Mike Tyson personally. I think that that's disgusting that he did that. Sure. But he did get convicted. Right? Isn't that what we base things on? Right? Isn't that what we base? Okay, well, I mean, a court of law proved that he did this beyond a reasonable doubt, and then he went to prison. Right? I mean, so what's the difference between him and anybody else who's currently canceled for arguably things that are just as bad? Maybe not even worse. I mean, so why are we cherry picking who's okay to be canceled and who isn't? Like, it's insane. Like, Hollywood's totally split on the Will Smith thing. You know, Hollywood's totally split on that. Do I think that Will Smith should work again? Yeah. You know, I mean, what he did was wrong. I thought it was disgusting. I was more disgusted with how Hollywood and the Oscars treated him and handled the situation. I was disgusted with that. I felt he should have been held accountable immediately, like at the moment. I mean, if he's going to hijack that moment for everyone else, he should have been held accountable at that very moment. No doubt in my mind about that. But do I think that he should never work again? No. No. I mean, I like Will Smith's acting. I like the movies that he's done, most of them. I'm a Bad Boys fan. Third one was shit. But Martin Lawrence is already saying that they're talking about a fourth one. So, you know what I mean? Now, is what he did nearly as bad as raping somebody? No. No. But I mean, he did violate someone, I mean, he violated the whole crowd with his actions. He completely and totally made everyone uncomfortable. That was not the venue to walk up and smack the shit out of somebody. You know what I mean? That was just not the place and time to do that, if there ever is a place and time to do that. But I mean, so to me, it's just like nobody's consistent. Have some consistency. If you're going to cancel somebody, be consistent. But see, I don't think you should necessarily cancel anyone. I don't. I mean, if somebody, like look at Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, and the thing is we laugh about it now. What he did was fucked up. What Mel Gibson did was so fucked up. Like if you listen to those phone calls, they're terrible. And now he's back. Dude, let's explore that for a little bit, because I got nothing better to do right now. Let's explore that a little bit. Hold on. There's actually another another Kevin Spacey video message. We have to play it. We have to play it. Don't give me your judgment and your looks. That's not it. Hold on. Is this the okay? Yep, there it is.
You didn't really think I was going to miss the opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas.
At this point, he's just a troll. Like,
and in light of that, I've made some changes in my life, and I'd like to invite you to join me. As we walk into 2020, I want to cast my vote for more good in this world. Ah, yes, I know what you're thinking. Can he be serious? I'm dead serious.
Yeah, we're thinking that, actually.
It's not
that
that hard, trust me. The next time someone does something you don't like, you can go on the attack, but you can also hold your fire and do the unexpected.
Wow.
You can kill them with kindness.
He's drunk. Again with the music. Again with the music. Wow. What was I going to look up? What was I going to look up? Oh, let's go. Oh, okay. I wonder if we can hear the whole thing. I don't want to find a news clip. Like, I want to hear. Well, let's hear this real quick.
Grigorieva, the mother of his child. In the recording, Gibson raises his voice and repeatedly uses profane language. He calls Grigorieva a whore and uses racial slurs to refer
Oh,
to
he's not going to
African
play it. Hold
Americans
on. Oh, wait. They are going to show
and
it.
work environments.
I don't work around in tight clothes. I stay at home for
You
most
go
of the
out
time.
in public and it's a fucking embarrassment to me. You look like a fucking bitch on heat. And if you get raped by a pack of niggers, it'll be your fault.
Jesus,
All
dude.
right? Because you provoked it. You are provocatively dressed all the time with your fake boobs you feel you have to show off. I don't like it. I don't want that woman. I don't want you. I don't believe you anymore. I don't trust you. I don't love you.
What?
Regarding the woman who works at Grigorieva's house, Gibson said the following.
I will fire if she is at your house. I will make it known and fire her.
Fine.
I'll report her to the fucking people that take fucking money from the wetback, okay?
Jesus, dude.
Gibson also alluded to the use of physical violence.
You need a fucking bat in the side of the head. All right? How about that?
Near the end of the recording, Gibson made further reference to violence.
I'm threatening I'll put you in a fucking rose garden, you cunt.
Jesus, dude.
Because I'm capable of it. You understand that?
For more information, please visit the following link below.
Wow. Like, now Mel Gibson's back. You know what I mean? Dude, and as disgusting as I find that, you know, I mean, as disgusting as anybody finds that, I can't wait for Lethal Weapon 5. I'm not even trying to lie. I can't wait for Lethal Weapon 5. I'm looking forward to it. And I don't care what anybody says, you know? Dude, I mean, that's the thing. That's my point. Is this is why I one of the reasons why I think cancel culture is just total bullshit. Because everybody just cherry picks. Dude, and Hollywood is, I mean, there are so many upper management, people, powerful people in Hollywood who are Jewish. And this guy said the most anti-Semitic things that I've ever heard in my life. He straight up said that Jews were what did he say? That Jews were responsible for every war in the world ever in history. Like, and I mean, this guy, his career is absolutely back. He's in movie after movie after movie after movie. And I'm telling you, it doesn't bother me. Honestly, it does not bother me. You know, I mean, he's an entertainer. Do I want to hang out with the guy? No. If I see the guy on the street, am I going to go, oh, can I get a selfie? No, I'm not. No, I want nothing to do with somebody who behaves in that manner and just feels like he can just get away with it. You know what I mean? Not take any accountability for it. Because every time, I mean, when he came back, I never heard him actually apologize. He probably did. I just never heard it. But I never heard it. I don't know if it actually happened. I have no idea if it actually happened. I know that he's gone on interviews, and then when somebody wants to bring it up, what he does is he rage quits, walks off. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about my career. Okay. You know? So, I mean, yeah. No, you're right. Celebs are just people with problems, just like the rest of us. But at the same time, a lot of them are just way worse than the average person. You know what I mean? Way worse. Now, apparently, he's gone to rehab. He's done everything he had to do to get better. You know, I mean, and then there's other celebrities that I just don't really care. You know, like I don't give a shit if Louis C.K. like makes a comeback. I don't. I just don't care. But you know, now somebody like Harvey Weinstein, that's a different story. That dude absolutely belongs in prison. He absolutely belongs where he is. Because I mean, this guy, like, not only just physically just being a disgusting specimen of a human being in the first place, like physically, like you look at that guy, and if there was a caricature of him, he would be like, he would look like he would look like, you know what he looks like to me? He looks like Chet when in Weird Science. You guys remember Weird Science? He looks like Chet when when Kelly LeBrock turned him into a big pile of like a frog turd. It was, I don't even, man. Let me see if I can get. All right, I'm just gonna pause it because I don't want to play the video because I don't want to get struck. But that's what Harvey Weinstein looks like to me. When I see Harvey Weinstein, this is what he reminds me of. Right? So on top of that, him just being the disgusting human being that has done the things that he's done and used his power and status the way that he did makes him that much more disgusting. You know, like what he did was he violated the artists that I would defend. You know, if they did something kind of fucked up, you know what I mean? I'd be like, well, you know, let them work. If they're good at it, why not? One has nothing to do with the other. Like, that's the thing. If somebody's convicted, now I understand, okay, let's say a school janitor or a teacher gets convicted of inappropriate touching of kids, then they should never be around kids ever again. Obviously not. But should they not make a living? Should they never get to make a living? Now, arguably, should they be strung up and, you know, drawn and quartered publicly? That's arguably correct. But the thing is in our society, based on our society and based on the rules that we have, due process, whatnot, right? And somebody gets convicted of a crime, right? Because we have laws that are based on human rights, right? So once this person, based on our laws, based on our society's laws, have been convicted of their crime and then were sentenced to a punishment and then served out that punishment, isn't being out in society, being put out in society, shouldn't they have the opportunity to create a comfortable situation within the boundaries of the law for themselves once they've served their time? That's all I'm saying. I mean, because like you look at a guy like Colton Harris Moore, right? My argument that whole time, every time he was on this channel, I would say, well, I mean, you served your time. Why can't you can't fly a plane? If you know how to fly a plane, you can't legitimately get a pilot's license and fly planes for a living? You can't contribute to society in the best possible way that you know how to? Because again, what if that person, not a janitor or a teacher necessarily, But what if, okay, now what, okay, let's say a teacher, right? That teacher who does these horrible things, right? But based on society standards, once they're released from prison and they've served their time and they're on the registry, all of that stuff, they have to live that shame for the rest of their life, and rightfully so. At the very least, they have to live with that shame. But they happen to be good pilots because they like to fly on the weekends. That was their thing to do, right? Should they not be allowed to do that ever again after they've already served their time and paid their debt to society? So if your craft is a great actor, why wouldn't you be allowed to do that? You know, under certain circumstances, you know what I mean? But if your craft is a musician, right? A solo musician at that, right? Well, why not? You know, you can't put a studio in your apartment, record, you know, or in your loft or in your mansion or whatever the fuck you live, you know, but you're a famous musician and you just got out of prison for doing something that you never should have done in the first place, but you served your time. Should you not be allowed to record a record and submit it to a record company and go, here? Now, the record company I could see being like, well, no, we don't want to be connected with somebody like you. But then again, right? Then again, that same company that owns that part of that owns the music part of that could be something like Sony, right? They make movies, they make all kinds of things, right? But and I'm not saying Sony in particular, I'm just giving an example of a big company, but they'll give this person and sponsor their, you know, have their same sponsor their Hotbox podcast. You know what I mean? Same sponsors, right? So who calls for this shit? You know, who's the one that decides? Like, I mean, is it the masses? Because that's what it seems like. It seems like something trends on YouTube, or something trends on Twitter, and then before you know it, everybody just follows the norm and follows everybody's lead, the next person's lead, who's sharing and writing their opinions in a comment thread, like, how dare them, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody wants to be significant in that comment thread. And then before you know it, this person, nobody wants anything to do with them anymore. Even though one thing has nothing to do with the other. But somebody else might do something clever or say something clever or put out a clever tweet. And then everybody's like, you know what? I like that person. I don't care what nobody says. The right person will do that. Some big time celebrity will go, you know what, man? I like that person. I don't care what y'all say. And then they'll stick up for them and they'll be like, well, I like him. So yeah, that person's okay now. I mean, this is the kind of society we live in right now. Like, let's take that Betty Broderick shit again, for instance, right? Like, nobody seemed to give a fuck. There was an agenda, right, going on in the early 90s where it was like, okay, why should a woman put up with that? Why should a woman be abused with having her financial well-being held over her head, even though the agreement? Now, in Betty Broderick's defense, the one thing that she had in her favor was she supported him while he went to school. He went and he got a doctorate and then decided, you know what? I don't want to be a doctor. I could make more money if I go to Harvard, attend law school, and then I can sue doctors for malpractice. I can make a shit ton more if I do that. So he goes to law school After the plan was already, I mean, they were already married. They got married in 1969, had 4 kids. And while he went to school, she worked part-time. And well, that's the argument, Cherry. That's the argument. Did he use her? I mean, because according to all their friends, he did everything he could to make the marriage work. According to all the family, he did everything he could to make the marriage work. There was like one friend that was like, oh no. So, I mean, and that's the thing is, if I was if I was the prosecutor, right? Because that's what it was so Twilight Zone to me that her defense was he abused me by holding his money over my head and drowning me in litigations, taking me to court. Since he was a lawyer, you know, I'm David and he's Goliath, and I didn't stand a chance against him. So because I was so overwhelmed with the litigation, I just snapped and I smashed my car into his front door, and I went into his house and I took the cake that his assistant bought for him or made for him, smeared it all over his suits and all over his bed. I took spray paint and sprayed the walls, and I smashed everything. And I bragged to my friends that I did this stuff. Went to jail. Went to a mental institution for observation for 72 hours because I smashed a truck into this dude's house. Right? But he made me do all that. And then he further abused me by holding me accountable. He further abused me by filing a restraining order against me. He further abused me by putting me in a straitjacket and having me hauled off to a mental institution after I smashed my car into his house with my kids in it. Right? So, and then people bought that shit. For some reason, nobody was like, well, maybe he filed that shit because you were smashing your car into his fucking house and you were vandalizing his house and you're leaving messages on my machine every 2 minutes for my kids to hear relentlessly, calling my new wife a whore and every other name in the book. I mean, and then you murder me. You steal our daughter's key, you walk into our house, you kill my wife, and then you kill me. Right? So, and then for some reason, people saw her as a victim. Why? Because there were people writing their letters, and then there was this trend that went on in popularity, and there wasn't even internet back then. I mean, there was internet, but it wasn't a thing where everybody was using it. You know, I mean, it was just something that caught on the news, magazines, and people were like, "Oh my God, she's absolutely a victim." I'm sick of these rich, tightwad asshole lawyers who think that they could treat anybody the way that they want to treat them and throw the law at them and step on the little person. This woman was abused. With what proof? There's no evidence that Dan Broderick abused Betty Broderick. No evidence at all. Evidence to the contrary, actually. Tons of it. Tons of it. This guy, he would take, every time there was an answering machine tape that was full, he brought it into his office, gave it to his secretary, and said, transcribe this, please. So he could take it to a judge. This guy was smart and documented everything, just kept receipts. And then she murders him. And it even gets to a point to where the jury is tainted and is like, yeah, she's, you know, certain members of the jury, she's a victim. Me, dude, I was watching this going, this is Twilight Zone shit. This is crazy that she's getting away with this. That first trial, I was like, no fucking way. I can't believe she got out of that. Because I'm thinking, like, if I'm the prosecutor, right? If I'm the prosecutor, I'm not even getting up to make my closing statements. I'm going to be like this. I'm going to be like this, sitting at the table, looking at the jury, and I'm going to go, by show of hands, has anybody here had their heart broken? Has anybody had their heart broken by being cheated on? By show of hands, anybody? Okay. And I guarantee you the whole jury pool does it. And then I'm going to say, did you kill anybody over it? Did you kill anybody over it? I mean, obviously it's not that simple, but it seemed that simple to me. It seemed that simple to me. Like, since when is it okay to kill somebody because you got your heart broken? I mean, this is it. Look, and I hate to say this, I know this is going to piss a lot of people off, but let's look at the Betty Broderick situation and the Dan Broderick situation after the way I just explained it. Now, let's say it was the other way around. Let's say Dan wasn't the lawyer. She was the breadwinner, right? She went out and got a Harvard degree after a doctorate, and she started her own practice and made those two absolutely rich, where all this dude had to do was raise the kids, go to soccer games, and do whatever a house husband would do, just the same as a housewife, right? Who seems to be very privileged. Self-made through a self-made partner, but yet very privileged, right? So let's just say the roles are reversed. Every time they're bought, every time Dan is bought something nice and he complains and he goes, that's not what I asked for. I do everything around here. Is it so hard to get you to get me something that I asked for? Instead of just being grateful for living a totally stress-free life other than having to raise kids. But having everything that you need and then some to raise those kids comfortably. Right? And he's a dick. Right there, people would be like, that's abusive. That's an abusive man. Even though he's just a dick, right? But then the insults start, right? Then the accusations start. What happens? What happens when the man who does jack shit sits around the house accusing the woman who is out there busting her ass every day to support them? What happens when the man accuses the woman of cheating? What are you thinking in a situation like that? I guarantee you that what you're thinking is, this is a sign of an abusive person. We've seen this so many times. This is an insecure piece of shit who wants to be controlling, right? He's a controlling asshole. And I haven't even gotten to the other shit yet. Then Betty gets tired of working all day, coming home and getting accused of shit and having a fight with somebody. And then she says, you know what? I'm done. And then finds somebody that she works with that seems to treat her the way that she wants to and meets her emotional needs. Right? But Dan is accusing her of it long before it even starts. And then Dan is shocked when Betty says, you know what? I've had enough. Does what we tell all women in this situation to do, right? She musters up the strength to say, you know what? I've had enough. I'm leaving. I deserve to be happy. And I think you'll be happier without me because all we do is argue. We're never happy together. So I wish you the best, but I'm going to go live my best life. So Betty does this. Dan can't take it. Dan's calling every 5 minutes, leaving obscene messages on the answering machine for the children to hear. Betty files a restraining order against Dan because he's showing signs of being very, very violent, because he had already vandalized her house. He already broke in, spray painted, vandalized her house. Gets a restraining order put against him. Rightfully so. Good for you, Betty. Right? That's what a woman should do in a situation when there's an abusive man, right? Dan can't take it. So Dan drives his car into the house door, front door, where the kids are also inside. You see what I'm saying? And then what are you thinking at that point, right? If I'm telling you a true crime tale on this channel and I'm sitting here and I'm explaining these details and the roles were reversed where Dan is the aggressor and Betty is the victim, right? You're going, he's going to kill her. No wonder. There's red flags everywhere. This guy is going to kill her. But nobody thought that about Betty, right? Since the roles were reversed and she was a woman, she's more likely to be the victim. You know? Yet, because of that, this blast of Clinton coming out and changing the whole view, very similar to what was going on. And I'm not saying anything good about Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter, but very similar to what we saw, a very massive, drastic, radical shift in how people were looking at things because they were sick and tired of the previous administration and how things were going, right? So that affects popular culture. That affects culture and how we look at things in a society. Well, this is a woman. Women have been beaten down. We're sick of the Reagan era and we're sick of the Bush era. We're sick and tired of it. So you have feminists that bust out in the early 90s going, oh my God, Betty Broderick is a victim. She's a victim. We're sick and tired of these white collar white men who think they can step all over everybody to get whatever they want. And that split the jury because the jury bought right into that shit. Some of the people in the jury. It's like, that's the kind of society we live in. We don't live in a right or wrong society, people. We just don't. Like, that's just a fact. Nothing is, every opinion that any of us make is always based on the idea that our opinion is right. Everybody who's got an opinion believes that their opinion is right. And then we forget about individual perspective. That goes completely out the window. The idea of having empathy for another person and putting yourself in their shoes and trying to understand their perspective and why they would have that perspective, and not having a live and let live attitude with your neighbor, with the person in your immediate environment, well, then what you have is a hypocritical society. Because everybody wants to say things on terms of this is right and this is wrong. And so if you don't agree with that, well, then, you're a hypocrite because you still practice these things in some way, shape, or form. That's in my opinion, that's the formula of why religion and politics, those kind of arguments are never, ever resolved. Because people are set in their opinions, right? These are things that people believe with their core, usually, or at least they think they do, right? So these are your core beliefs. You know, whatever you believe in spiritually and whatever you believe in as far as like leadership goes and how your society and your environment is going to be run around you, things that you consider to be right versus wrong, right? That's the kind of society that we live in. Is it's bound to be hypocritical, because that other thing that makes those conversations go nowhere is if somebody is observant enough of the other person that they're talking to, they can call them out on some level of hypocrisy. All you have to do is look for it. Just find it. But every one of us is a hypocrite to some degree. Every single one of us. You lack absolute self-awareness if you do not understand this fact and agree with it. Every single person is to some degree a hypocrite. Now, you can make a conscious effort to not live hypocritically, but you're going to slip. It's going to happen from time to time. There's no way around it. So when you're talking to somebody about core beliefs, things that they truly believe in and that they feel so passionate about, right? That person, if they're observant enough and they're smart enough and they're a good enough debater, they're going to find something to call you out on. Well, what about that time that you did this? Oh, you believe that, do you? Well, what about that time you said that? So which one is it? Everyone gets called out that way. Everyone does. See, I love this comment. And you know Cherry's serious right now because she's not using hashtags, but you know she's serious right now. She's lit up. So Cherry here is saying, bruh, if he took everything from her, including the kids, then it's no wonder she went nuts. What the timeline of how everything happened, Cherry, indicates that he took the kids from her because she was dangerous. And that's not even actually what happened. What actually happened was she dropped the kids off. She assumed that he was out doing God knows what with God knows who. And so she was like, you know what? I'm going to show him what responsibility is. And she left 4 small kids, well, 2 teenagers, and the other 2 were small, and left them sitting on his doorstep, not knowing where he was, when he was coming back, nothing. She just ditched the kids on his doorstep. Now, if I have the financial means to take care of 4 kids on my own, even if I got to hire a nanny and I can afford to hire a nanny, you're not taking my kids back after you pulled that shit. Sorry. I'm going to make sure of it. Okay, you're going to abandon our kids on my doorstep, having no idea where I am or when I'm coming back. This is before everybody had cell phones. You know what I'm saying? This is before everybody had cell phones. They didn't have cell phones and they were rich. She didn't try to contact them. She didn't say, hey, where are you? I'm just letting you know the kids are on your doorstep. He just showed up and goes, what are you guys doing here? Where's your mom? Oh, well, she dropped us off. She left us here. What? So you better believe I'm going to be like, you know what? That's not acceptable. That's simply not acceptable. No, she dumped him, Cherry. And when she dumped him, he filed for full custody. And this is after she had already vandalized his house. And that was her excuse, Moonray. That was her excuse. She left the kids thinking that he would fail at it. But that's her excuse for doing it. Of course he went hard and took her to court. I would have too. Anybody would have. That's the thing. Think about it. Okay. If you're a mom and your ex-husband or the husband that you're separated from takes your kids, he has the kids, and he just leaves them on your doorstep without contacting you, nothing, right? All day long, they've been sitting there just waiting for mom to come home. And then you come home and you see that shit. And you have the means to be like, you know what? Fuck this. You're going to just dump the kids on me like this? You're not getting them back. Anything could have happened to them. And no, she couldn't get a good lawyer. No. Now, this is the thing also. I want to be clear about this. Do I think that he didn't play a little dirty? Sure. I think he absolutely did. That's what, I mean, nothing's more personal than your significant other. There's nothing, if you're in a feud with the person that you have kids with and you married, there's nothing more personal than that. So yes, a fight, shit's going to get personal. You know what I mean? A court fight is going to get personal. So he absolutely did. I mean, this is what's really funny. I was in a custody fight at one point, and I was calling around trying to get a consultation, and my ex knew this strategy, and I have no doubt this was never mentioned in anything that I read or watched regarding the Betty Broderick story. There's nothing about this, but I suspect that he did this because he knows to do this. Anybody, if anybody does, it's him. But my ex pulled this shit where I couldn't even get a consultation, because even lawyers who give free consultations, all you got to do is call them up and be like, yeah, I need a consultation. They'll be like, all right, tell me what the issue is, and I'll let you know what your options are. That's usually what happens. But she went around and called all of the ones in my area. Now, once that happens and I call one of those same attorneys, they can't give me a consultation by law. It's a conflict of interest. Even if she doesn't retain their services, they can't even give me a consultation because they already gave her one. So I would think that that's some strategy that Dan Broderick did, that he pulled. I believe that to some degree. But I mean, what kind of a, you don't, I don't want to hear that. Oh, well, he took everything from her and she went nuts. That's not an excuse. This is somebody, and she was even diagnosed by a mental health professional with narcissistic personality disorder. That's what we're always accusing. We don't throw the word narcissist around because we're like, are you a doctor? Right? On this channel. I've been on this channel for 4 years now? I've never, almost going on 4 years. And every time somebody just throws the word narcissist in my chat, I'm just like, are you a doctor? Did you sit down with this person? Somebody sat down with Betty Broderick and diagnosed her narcissistic personality disorder. What else do you need? But see, there's this nature, there's this nature in all of us based on everything that's gone on and all of the most of the cases that we follow. It's where the woman is the victim. So isn't it possible that we subconsciously, as a majority on a mass level, are automatically going to be drawn towards that likelihood and possibility, and we're naturally subconsciously going to make the woman out to be the victim? There's going to be something in our head that just kind of draws us to that, and I'm saying that's understandable considering the statistics. you know, but shouldn't we be smarter than that? I mean, if we're looking at all the facts, right? I mean, if we're looking at all the facts of that case, and a man was in the position that they switched roles, right? We wouldn't even taken, I mean, halfway through it, we would have judged this guy. We would have judged this guy by the time we found out he was leaving shitty messages on the machine. We would have been like, that's a narcissist. We would have thrown the book at him in the true crime community and been like, that's a narcissist. Labeled, stamped, narcissist. Right? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Dude. Just, I mean, all I'm saying is let's be real. That's all I'm saying. Let's try to, as the channel moves forward, try to like really, really focus on whether or not each of us as individuals, whether you're a lurker, a sub, whatever, and me running the channel, or a mod even, like really try to watch out for shit like that, because I mean, it's just not, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You look at a case like Betty Broderick, as old as that case is, there's no way you're going to tell me that if the roles were reversed, that dude wouldn't have gotten death row. Dan Broderick would have absolutely gotten death row. I have no doubt in my mind. None at all whatsoever. We do, but we shouldn't shouldn't factor into when we study facts. When we analyze facts on a case, Michelle, Macklin, Lindsay, you're saying you're not wrong, but we see men and women differently. It might not be right, but it's true. Okay. But if it's not right, then why don't we actually make an individual effort, each one of us, to try to fix that? You know what I'm saying? What's wrong with that? I'm not just going to accept that. I'm not just going to be like, okay, well, we see men and women differently and that's just the way it is. No. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. That woman absolutely belongs exactly where she is in prison. And if she gets out at 83 years old, because that's how old she's going to be when she gets out, when she's up for parole again. I think it's 83. I'm not sure. That's exactly what I'm saying, Michelle. I'm saying that it's deep rooted in our society, but why does that have to affect you as an individual? I'm not saying for you not to look at yourself as part of society, but why aren't we making a more conscious effort to individualize, to be like, well, I mean, just because the masses see it this way, it doesn't make it right. The masses at one point thought it was okay to segregate, right? I mean, let's be real here. The masses at one point thought slavery was okay, right? That's all I'm saying. She's only been denied twice, Moonray. She's only been denied twice so far. And that's because she doesn't even know how to pretend to show remorse. One of the people on the parole board said that. They were like, well, she didn't show any, we don't think that you're sorry for anything. You're not convincing us at all that you're sorry for anything. No, she's got, as far as I know, I could be wrong, Moonray, but I believe it was twice, and that she's up for parole again in 2038. Like she's going to be old as fuck when that happens. Right. And now, like, the parole board sees it. That's what's really funny. The parole board sees it. But what I'm talking about is simply just how the masses were viewing it. Even then, like she should have gotten death row. Even in the second trial, the first trial, they couldn't convince 12 people that she was not a victim. Think about that. Despite all of the hard evidence, you could not convince 12 people that she was not a victim. And then and then they open the trial again, they retry her, and they could not convince 12 people that it was first degree murder. That to me is mind blowing. Well, that's Moon Ray. Yeah, see, you seem to be pretty well versed in this. Um, that's actually not exactly what happened. What happened was the prosecution. I see where you're going with that. I see how you came to that. What happened was the prosecution dropped the ball in the first trial by not cross-examining her. She was on the stand, and they chose not to cross-examine her. And I made the observation earlier. Imagine if Camille Vasquez didn't cross-examine Amber Heard. Where would that trial have gone? Think about that, because that was everything. I mean, that was a slam dunk. She caught her on so many lies. And in the first trial, the prosecutor failed to cross-examine her. And then the second trial, she was like, I'm not making that mistake again. And then she drug her all over the courtroom, caught her on all kinds of stuff. I don't know if there's a documentary that's, I mean, I'll play one if there is, that's not going to get me struck. Um, let's see, because there's Dateline NBC, I can't play that. There's Oxygen, I can't play that. There's Own, can't play that because that's um how long is this one? Oh, look, it has the full movie of a woman scorned. The Betty Broderick story, part 1. And then her final fury. But I'll get struck for playing that for sure, dude. I'm gonna try to find something here. This, let's see. This one seems like, I mean, it's that's shady. I don't think I can play this. I'll get, yeah, I'll get struck for sure. So there's like no independent YouTuber documentary that I can see. Um, I'm I'm debating if I can like play this. I don't think I can play that either. Because it's not like news either, man. How long is this one? All right. I'm going to take my chances with this one. This is 2,000 subs.
Crazy. I went crazy. I was like this. And you see pictures of me like this, you know, like I'm some kind of an electrified crazy person.
Women Who Kill
Wow.
Wednesdays.
Welcome to Women Who Kill Wednesdays. I'm Caswell.
It's
Let's talk about
Caswell,
Betty
y'all.
Broderick. Betty Broderick was born Elizabeth Ann Basheglia in Eastchester, New York, November 7th, 1947, and she was the third of 6 children. Betty was brought up to be a polite Irish Catholic girl with an education and good manners. She met Dan Broderick in 1965.
And this is a pretty quick video.
Football game when she was only 17. Dan Broderick was studying to achieve his medical degree at Cornell University and was also from a large Irish Catholic family. It seemed they were meant for each other. Dan and Betty would continue seeing each other while Betty finished her degree in childhood education. They married on April 12, 1969, in a large, lavish Irish Catholic ceremony, and Betty looked forward to a beautiful and romantic future with her new husband. They didn't waste any time having kids. Betty got pregnant the night of her honeymoon.
This dude is
and
running
1
right
year
through
into
it.
their marriage, Betty was already a wife, a mother, and pregnant with her second kid. In 1970, Dan got his medical degree but decided to stay in school to become a medical malpractice attorney and continue for 3 more years at the School of Harvard Law. Betty had to move with Dan to the freezing temperatures of Boston and continue working menial jobs. While
Wow.
Dan was going to school to get his law degree, Betty worked as a hostess in Bloomingdale's cafeteria, sold nurses' uniforms, and babysat other people's kids.
So
while
she
still
did
taking
support
care of
him.
them. She also sold Avon products and Tupperware and then went home to cook dinner for her husband and change dirty diapers. Betty put Dan on a pedestal and wanted to make these sacrifices to keep their marriage strong. Betty had talent and an education, but pretty much gave it all up to be Mrs. Dan Broderick. In 1973, Dan got his law degree.
I think she was a
The
teacher
Brodericks
too.
moved to the West Coast, where Dan got a job at Gary, Carey, Ames & Fry, a prestigious law firm in San Diego. Soon, Dan left the law firm and
Is that
started
better?
his own private practice. Once he started making 6 figures a year, he moved Betty and their 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, into a bigger house in La Jolla. Betty and Dan seemed to finally have the life they had worked so hard for. Soon, all of Betty's friends were wives of attorneys, and their kids hung out with kids of attorneys. The Brodericks spent loads of money on private schools for the children, the house, cars, clothes. Dan wore Armani suits to work, and Betty bought 4-figure evening gowns by Bob Mackie. Betty was now Mrs. Dan Broderick and became a wealthy socialite.
Meredith
She was
Baxter
often
Burney
seen
was
in
well
annual
cast in
galas,
that.
at ladies' lunch benefits. She threw lavish
Tonight
parties
is
and was
right
known
for
as a stylish
love.
hostess. A soccer mom in Gucci. When Dan's business started accumulating even
guy's
more
funny.
wealth, he wore
like
a
this
black
guy.
velvet cape over a tuxedo at high-class events and referred to himself as Count the Money. But soon, all would be disrupted in the Broderick household. Linda
Count
Colkino was a
the money.
24-year-old former Delta airline flight attendant with no college degree and never typed a word in her life. So some might wonder why
This
Dan
dude's
hired her
awesome.
as
I'm
his legal
subbing to this
assistant in
guy.
1983. Could it simply
on,
have
let
been
me-
because he was hypnotized by her looks, charm, and blinding Colgate smile? That's a possibility. The first time Betty heard Linda's name slip from her husband's lips was at an annual gala she was attending with Dan.
Wow,
Dan
this
saw
guy's only
Linda
got
walk in from
2,000
across the room.
subs.
And even with his wife of 15 years clutching his hand, Dan was so
Sorry.
fascinated by Linda, Betty heard him say under his breath, "Wow, she's beautiful." It was during this time Betty noticed Dan was becoming more withdrawn from her and going through a crisis of
killing me,
midlife
dude.
proportions. Besides Dan spending more late nights at the office, according to Betty, Dan bought a red sports car, switched up his cologne, wore designer sunglasses, and got a nose job. Betty bought every self-help book under the sun on how to save a failing marriage. She took aerobics classes, started getting her hair and nails done regularly, and bought sexy lingerie to appear even more attractive to her husband. But no amount of Jane Fonda workouts or Agent Provocateur lace panties could save her million-dollar yacht from sinking. When Betty found out that Dan had hired a legal assistant, at first she was elated. Now Dan would be able to spend more time with the family. But when Betty found out that his new assistant was the lovely Linda Colkina, she was overcome with suspicion. Of
That's
course,
this guy's
Betty
channel,
demanded
by the
that
way.
Dan fire her
I just-
immediately, but he refused. Betty started accusing Dan of having an affair.
I'm gonna pin it to
but
the
Dan
top.
had an excuse for everything. He would gaslight Betty and claim her accusations were stemming from her own insecurities, and apparently his manipulation tactics were very persuasive.
Wow.
On Dan's 39th birthday, Betty went to Dan's office to surprise him with a chocolate
So he's a
cake
victim
and a bottle of
blamer.
Dom
Okay,
Perignon.
good
But when
Caswell
Betty
TV.
showed up, she was the one in for a surprise. When Betty opened his office door, she found birthday
Oh,
decorations
I want this guy on my
already hung
channel.
up. Partially eaten cake, an empty bottle of wine, and 2 wine glasses, one with Linda's lipstick on it. Betty also found framed pictures of Dan and Linda together all over Linda's desk. Dan's secretary told Betty that Dan and Linda were out to lunch and asked if she could leave him a message. But Betty said, "No, I'll wait." Betty sat there waiting in Dan's office chair for 3 hours until she decided to go home. When Betty got home that night, she torched Dan's entire wardrobe in a bonfire she set in the front lawn.
Oh,
Dan
I
filed
forgot
for
about
divorce
that.
and
Yeah.
soon moved into a house bought in
She
the
set his
affluent
clothes on
San Diego
fire.
suburb of Balboa Park. The whole concept of getting a divorce perplexed and enraged Betty. As far as Betty was concerned, her and her husband took the oath till death do us part, and they were supposed to take that oath seriously. She did her part as a wife and mother and made countless sacrifices, including giving up her career and taking care of her and Dan's children so Dan could finish his education and be the breadwinner. So in Betty's mind, Dan was breaking the deal, and a scorned woman's escalating rage is unrelenting, but Betty was still obsessed with getting her husband back. Betty started to drop the children off at Dan's house one by one. She figured once Dan realized the difficulty of taking care of kids, he would run right back into her arms. But no, he just got a nanny. Betty became more and more hostile. She would stop by Dan's house when he wasn't there to visit the
This guy's
kids.
a hater,
and when Dan
dude.
told her she wasn't welcome, she threw a wine bottle through the window, smashed a few mirrors. One time she snuck over to Dan and Linda's house while they weren't there and spray painted an entire room black. She also smeared his bedroom with the Boston cream pie, and also made sure Dan and Linda were greeted by vulgar messages on their answering machine when they got home from work.
A message to Ed and the You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend.
And the fact that Betty had to hear Linda's voice on the answering machine every time she called to check up on her kids got her so frustrated she punched a hole in the wall. The more she tried to talk to Dan, the more she violated her
Dude,
court order. And
if
put
this
herself
was a
in the hands of
guy
the law. Dan
doing
didn't want
this
to talk
shit,
to her.
you guys
didn't
would
want
be
to see her,
like-
didn't want to hear her voice. He started to charge Betty by subtracting from his monthly payments every time she did something that inconvenienced him. $100 for every curse word she used, $200 anytime she stepped on his property, $500 if she entered the house, and $1,000 if she took the children without his permission. One month she broke so many
Right.
rules that she ended up owing him money. Now keep in mind, Dan was the president of the San Diego Bar Association and knew how to work the system like the back of his hand.
He did.
He obviously
That's
had a lot
fair.
of leverage based on his knowledge of the law and his contacts in the legal community. He made it hard for Betty to find adequate legal representation and navigate her way through the legal
I believe he
loopholes.
did that too.
Then the day came when Dan sold the family home without Betty's consent, and Betty was so possessed with anger, she drove her Chevy
Okay.
Suburban onto his front lawn and through the
Oh, there
front
it
door of
is.
his house. The police showed up and took Betty away, and
That's from that's from the first movie, the Meredith Baxter Bernie. Tonight is right for love. So yeah, that actually happened. But I feel like I have to, yeah, I think they're both fucked up. That's what I'm saying. I think they're both fucked up people. Totally fucked up people. Or were, past tense. But none of this shit merits getting murdered, man. None of this shit merits getting murdered. And why the other woman? You know what I'm saying? And you hear her on the answer machine. Yeah, this message is for the shit bag and the cunt, or whatever the fuck she said. Like this woman was totally out of control. Okay. And I love this guy because this guy's making her out to be totally gaslit and making her out to be the victim. It's really funny to me. And I'm really liking this guy a lot. He's killing me right now.
she ended up spending 3 days in a mental health facility under psychiatric observation. The divorce was finalized on January 1989. Betty lost custody of the children, which had her seething. And even though Dan was now a millionaire, Betty only received a settlement of $28,000 on top of her monthly alimony. Due to the California no-fault divorce bill established by Governor Ronald Reagan
Oh God,
in
man.
1969,
Come on.
it made it easier for men to walk away from a divorce financially unburdened. It was probably no coincidence that 2 months later, Betty purchased a nickel-plated Smith & Wesson .38 caliber revolver and would claim she only bought it to protect herself from Dan. Dan and Linda married on April 22nd, 1989 at their Balboa Park home. Betty was infuriated when she found out that Linda used the same stationery and wedding photographer that Dan and her used for their wedding. And Betty's blood started boiling like lava when she found out that Linda was using the wedding china from Betty and Dan's wedding 15 years earlier. Dan and Linda were so worried about Betty showing up to the wedding that they hired security guards, and Dan was asked to wear a bulletproof vest. People close to Betty would say to her, just take the alimony and move on with your life.
Yeah.
But to Betty, it wasn't only about the money. It was about the rejection. How could Dan so casually throw away 15 years of marriage and dedication? Betty had sacrificed her future potential and her degree to be Dan's devoted wife and help him meet his professional goals so that they could have a happy family and she could be Mrs. Dan Broderick.
Let me stop right there. Okay? Let's stop right there for a second. So right here, this dude, he says that she gave up her chance to do anything. First of all, it's not too late to do anything, especially if you're getting $16,000 a month. If she would have put the energy towards enrolling herself in school, she didn't have custody of the kids, man. She had time. You know what I'm saying? She had time and she had financial support. Time and financial support are the two things that you need to get through school. Yes or no? So why didn't, instead of spending her energy leaving shitty messages on this guy's machine, instead of spending her energy driving her truck into the dude's door, instead of spending her energy stealing their wedding guest list and calling everybody on the guest list trying to sabotage the wedding, saying don't go to that wedding, like, instead of doing all that, why didn't she enroll herself in school? She wasn't too old. A lot of people go back to school when they're like 40, man. People do it all the time. Women do it all the time. Why did she do that?
That Linda was now the younger, more beautiful replacement. And why should she get to reap the rewards of all Betty's hard work and commitment that allowed Dan to become the success he is
But
today?
she wasn't, though.
It wasn't fair. But life isn't fair. She was no longer a wealthy wife and stay-at-home mom that wore Bob Mackie and Brudon the Black.
My man said, but life isn't fair.
American Express card at every counter in Saks Fifth Avenue. No more fancy luncheon parties or high society events for Betty. Betty was no longer Mrs. Dan Broderick. According to Betty, she was now Mrs. Nobody. Betty's life started falling apart like a mint Milano cookie getting dunked in hot chocolate. And just like that mint Milano cookie, her life sank to the bottom.
This is the best video, dude.
November 4th, 1989, Betty received a letter from Dan threatening to take her back to court and never letting her see her kids again. The next day, on November 5th at 5:30 a.m., Betty put the .38 revolver in her purse and drove to Dan and Linda's house using the key she stole from her daughter. She opened the back door and crept away up the stairs and down the hall into their bedroom. As Linda started to come out from her sleep and sit up, Betty immediately shot her twice, once in the chest and once in the head. She died instantly. Dan was struck in the chest while reaching for the phone.
Fuck you for making me laugh at that, dude.
Death. Betty pulled the phone out from the wall to prevent him from calling the police. According to Betty, Dan's last words were, "Okay, you shot me. I'm dead." Betty left the house and called her daughter Lee to tell her what had happened. And later that day, Betty turned herself into the police. And so the trial began. There was a lot of public interest in the case and started to make headlines around the country. Betty's defense was that of battered women's syndrome, claiming quite effectively that she was driven over the edge by years of psychological, emotional, and mental abuse at the hands of her philandering husband. She claimed she just wanted to go there and only took the gun to force them to listen to her since Dan had stopped answering her calls. Betty Broderick first went on trial in October 1990 for the murders of Dan and Linda.
Why are you smiling?
During the trial, her two daughters, the eldest of her four, Kim and Lee, 19, took the stand and testified about their parents' relationship and what their mom had said to them after the murders.
She went to the garage and they grabbed a can of gasoline and poured it all over them. And it was a huge pile of things. and all those underwear, she dumped out all the drawers of the balcony as well. And then she lit it with gasoline, and then she went and got black paint and poured it over all the ashes.
19-year-old Lee Broderick received a call from her mother the morning of November 5th, the day Daniel Broderick and his new wife Linda were shot to death.
My mom called and said that she was in trouble, that she needed my help. And I asked why, and she said that she had shot my father.
When she indicated that she shot your father, can you tell us exactly what words she used?
She said, I shot your dad, I shot the son of a bitch.
The trial ended on October 22nd, 1990 with a hung jury. Apparently, Betty had some sympathizers in the jury box. When it was over, one of the female jurors said, "What took her so long?" The downfall of Betty Broderick was quite relatable to a generation of women in their 40s whose marriages were coping with the sudden reality of divorce. Most of these women grew up in a generation that didn't experience divorce in the family. They were groomed since they were young girls to grow up to be submissive homemakers for their superior husbands. But in the 1980s, divorce rates suddenly hit the roof. And many women whose only goal in life was to be a loving mother and a supportive wife were now questioning their destination in society. The country seemed to be split, and everyone had an opinion about it. Betty went on the Oprah Winfrey Show later in March 1992 to tell her side of the story.
And so in your mind, you were the perfect mom.
Yes, I was, and in a lot of other people's minds as well.
Was it difficult though, Betty, being super mom? Because did you feel pressured? Did you feel isolated? Did you feel that you weren't getting enough from your husband?
Being a super mom was the only thing I ever wanted to be in life. I did not feel any urge to go out in the world.
Because you didn't want to get a job,
be successful in business or anything. We had very strict gender lines in our marriage. Dan, went out and slayed the dragons and provided for us. And I was home and hearth and children and support my husband emotionally and through the good times and the bad.
And you enjoyed that?
I loved it. It's all I've ever wanted to do. The sacrifices that I had to put in were doing without my husband while he worked 14, 15-hour days and while he socialized after work and on weekends and he taught courses to other lawyers. All of this was in the name of building his profession, building his name.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to do without my husband a lot. But I think any woman
as a lot of women do, you're
any woman married to a successful husband, whether he's
Oprah
a car
didn't want to hear that
salesman, a
shit.
stockbroker, a banker, that's what you do in the young years.
Right.
Is build yourself up. And Dan was very ambitious, and that was what I did. I was a single parent to my children. He was never there.
Okay.
He didn't have time.
The second trial started a year later, and the prosecution was ready. They had a phone call Dan had recorded between Betty and their youngest son without either of them knowing
this is
about
messed
it.
up. Listen.
And the recording was used as evidence against Betty 3 years later.
Both are separated, Mom. And he likes somebody else now. He doesn't like you anymore. And I mean, if you gotta stop saying the bad words.
This is heartbreaking.
Why doesn't he like me anymore? Because he's sick of you. Because you guys get in all these fights. Why do we get in fights? I don't know. You're the secretary.
Like, why are you talking to the kid like this?
I don't think so, Danny. See, you didn't know he was the secretary for the last 2 years we were married. Well, I'm with you, but you're just making it harder for all of us. The ones who live over there. If you stop saying bad words, everybody will be happier. At least I know I will.
I didn't have a
Poor
plan.
kid.
I gave up on life. I didn't want to live anymore. Why don't you read what it says on that paper? Why don't you read the letter so everyone can see what that letter says? That obviously her mental disease and emotional whatever it's a horrible letter. And they're threatening jail and they're threatening fines and bull. At this stage of the game, they're not going to let me speak to my sons. What did Dan and Linda have to gain from not letting me speak to my sons? They were just
safety
me over, and I couldn't stand it another minute, and I had no plan. I died when I wrote that stuff. I wanted to die, and I have no plan. I just wanted to just die. That's it. And that's the end of the story.
The trial.
Now, do I think Dan Broderick was probably a dick? Dude, he's a fucking lawyer, of course. I guarantee you he was a dick. You know what I'm saying? I have no doubt in my mind that Dan Broderick was a fucking arrogant, like just terrible, shitty asshole. Now, do I think that he was abusive? Maybe verbally. Maybe. I mean, I don't think that he was the type of guy that if she's going to like call and leave all kinds of messages, he's not going to like pick up at some point and be like, listen, you crazy fucking psycho bitch, stop fucking calling here. Fucking, you know, and probably insulted her physical appearance, all kinds of stuff. I'm sure he was perfectly capable of that shit, but that does not give you an excuse to murder somebody. You know? Yeah, I don't know any fucking nice lawyers. Get mad at me because I said he's a dick because he's a lawyer. Man, that shit is fair.
The trial of Betty Broderick ended on December 10th, 1991, and she was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 32 years to life. She had a parole hearing in 2010 and in 2017, but both times the parole board said, nope. According to the parole board, Betty still claims she did nothing wrong and has absolutely no
I win.
remorse. Her children to this day are split about it. Two of her children would like to see their mother out of prison, and the other two prefer to see her wearing stripes behind bars. Betty recently had a humiliating outburst in the prison that was caught on surveillance camera and made the news.
The former La Jolla socialite was captured on jail surveillance video. An embarrassing struggle with guards at Las Colinas.
Betty's next parole hearing is in 2032. So what do you guys think? Do any of you have any sympathy for Betty? Do you think she should just rot in jail? Let me know down below. It should start a pretty interesting conversation. Please like this video, please subscribe, and bang that bell. I'm Caswell, and I'll see you next week for another episode of Women Who Kill Wednesdays.
Y'all sub to Caswell. It's pinned to the top. Dude, that dude only has 2,000 subs. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That's like a total, like right there, confirmation to how YouTube works. Like, it's just weird. That dude put way more effort into that video than I put towards any live that I've ever done. Yeah, Cherry, reach out to him. See if he wants to do a live stream with me and talk about this case. Or any case. I mean, let's see what other let's see what other shit this guy's got videos on. Do I want to look at his shit or do I just want to like hold on? Women Who Kill. At least he's got 21,000 views on that one. Like, rightfully so. Good for you, man. And he doesn't have that many videos. He's only been, I mean, how long has this dude been? Let me see, about. Well, he's been on since 2013. He started in 2013, but I don't know when his yeah, his oldest video is a year old, so I guess he's only been starting to do this for like a year. Let's listen to his 5 steps of getting over your ex. You guys want to see that? Let's just do that real quick. This guy's fantastic, bro.
It's about time I took a nice hot bath so I can wash off the stink of a 5-year marriage. Now, if there's anything that I feel experienced enough in that I could do a TED Talk about, it would probably be how to survive a breakup. Getting over heartbreak is hard, but I want to help you through this and try to keep you on the right track. And I don't think it matters necessarily whether or not you just got out of a 1-year relationship or a 10-year relationship. Because the way I see it, heartbreak is heartbreak. Before I start, I want to point out that when I talk about the ex, I'm typically going to be using he or him pronouns, and that's because I'm talking about my own experience. I'm not overlooking the fact that some of you just got dumped by a woman or somebody non-binary, so please just try to apply it to yourself. I also want to say that from this point forward, I'm going to be talking to you like you just got dumped yesterday. So let's get started.
Listen up, ladies.
I shall never know the desert. I want to go. You've made me want to go. Yes. Once you said to me that peace is the best. You gave me.
Guy's awesome.
And now we have to say goodbye.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about that too.
Look, I get it.
Yeah, the girl in the picture on Netflix. Oh my God, man, that was a lot. That was a lot. That was crazy. We'll talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about that another time.
You're down in the dumps. You don't want to get out of bed. You're wearing your pajamas until dinner time. You can't eat. You can't sleep. You're watching the same sad movie and you have Adele on repeat. And it's totally natural. You're supposed to go through a bit of a grieving process. But look, we have to see a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's why I'm only allowing you 3 days to cry your eyes out.
That makes sense.
That's not 3 business days. That's 3 days, 3 nights, 72 hours. Then after that, you no longer have that luxury. So hit me up in 3 days and we'll move on to the next step. Create a protective force field. All right, first of all, this should be beyond obvious. But
okay. This guy does not need my help. Yeah, he has a Vivo with 72,000 subs. But sub to his smaller channel, the one that I just that I have pinned there. Let's check out let's check out the poll I set up. See, that's wow. See right there. So 67 of you believe that 67% of you believe that Betty is not the victim. 33% of you think that she is. That's a big percentage, man. That's a big percentage. 33% of you actually believe that. 33% of you think that Betty's the victim, even though all she did was harass this dude. Like, you don't think, I mean, that goes against everything that I talk about on this channel. That goes against everything of my core beliefs as far as what the GLARE stands for: gratitude, logic, awareness, acceptance, accountability, rationality, empathy, resilience, gratitude. Okay, gratitude. You apply gratitude to the fact that, okay, well, we had a good run and you're just giving me $16,000 a month to live off. And, you know, I mean, I don't have the kids. I know you'd give me more if I had the kids, but find reasons to be grateful and move on with your life. And then you could take your money, you could save up, you can find some lawyer is going to represent you. At some point, a lawyer is going to represent you. So gratitude, logic, think, plan. Is it logical to take the kids and just drop them off? If you know he's a lawyer and you know what he's capable of, why would you make it harder for yourself once you get to court? You would be, if you were logical, you would stay squeaky clean, right? Awareness. This woman had no sense of self-awareness at all. Acceptance. Accept the fact that your husband is not in love with you anymore. Have some self-respect and then find somebody else. Take the time to heal. Find somebody else and accept the fact that your marriage is over and it's time to move on, right? Acceptance is real important there. rationality. What in that entire story indicated that Betty was a rational person in any of these scenarios that are discussed? At which one of them were acting rationally and which one wasn't? You tell me. Who's the rational one between the two of them? Who's the rational one? Between Betty and Dan. Right? Empathy. She had no empathy for her own children in this entire situation. You saw the way that she spoke to her youngest child on the phone, talking about him fucking his assistant. You don't talk to a kid about fucking his dad fucking his assistant. You don't do that. Not having any consideration for how her actions and how the whole situation in itself was affecting her children. She didn't even have empathy for her own children in this scenario. Resilience. She did express a lot of that. She did express a lot of that. But she wasn't resilient. The whole resilience in the Glarer, right? The resilience in that is to remind myself to stick to the other stuff that I'm trying to apply to my everyday decision making. That's the purpose of putting resilience in that acronym for me, is don't forget why you're doing this, like, and try to stick with it. And I screw up all the time, but I make a conscious effort not to. And I always apply this stuff as much as I possibly can. I always come back to it. Always come back to it. That's not an excuse. I realize it was a different time. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we talk about slavery, right? If we talk about slavery, are we going to go, yeah, I mean, he whipped this guy. He robbed this person and his entire family of their freedom and whipped them for not being obedient or not working hard enough for free. But it was a different time. Is that what we do? And I'm not attacking you, Michelle. I'm just countering your logic with mine. That's all I'm doing. Was it right for Linda to keep? It was a different time. Dan wasn't rational either. Was it right for Linda to keep sending Betty weight loss and aging pamphlets? I didn't know she did that. But was she reacting? Because that's the whole thing. That's Betty's whole defense, is that she was driven crazy. But did Linda do that as a response to the fact that she just kept calling the house? I mean, why should she be the bigger person is one way to look at it. Now, should she have been the bigger person? Of course, she should have been the bigger person. Why not? Right? She should have been the bigger person, especially if you're involved in litigation, right? Your husband is involved in litigation. You stay out of it. This is a fight between me and my ex. Don't engage her. Like, I'd be fighting with her going, hey, man, you're not fixing this. You're not making this any easier. Don't go sending her weight loss pamphlets. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's really that's really mean. That's shitty. And all it does is fuel her and give her something to work against me in court. So stop. Cut that shit out. But I don't know if she did that or not. Band-Aid of Memories is saying that she didn't do that. I don't know if she did or not. But see, and I get what you're saying. I personally don't believe it, but you're saying I don't believe Linda would antagonize Crazy Betty. See, right there, you're being dismissive and saying just Crazy Betty. But I don't think she's crazy at all. I think she acted crazy. And I think that her entitlement justified her crazy behavior in her mind. She expressed crazy behavior. See, that's the difference between somebody who can stand in court, who can stand trial and somebody who's not competent enough to stand trial, right? Usually somebody who behaves like this, is ruled, okay, you could stand trial. You know what you're doing. If you could sit up here and I'm hearing recordings of you acting like a crazy fucking asshole, and you're going to sit up here and act like you're the victim in that situation, like, I can see how manipulative you are. So no, you're going to stand trial. With all the evidence that I'm looking at, no. I'm sorry. No, you're perfectly competent to stand trial. So she's capable of understanding her actions to enough of a degree to where she needs to lie about it and put on an act and try to justify it. Yes or no? Sure. And I think if you put her on a lie detector test, she'd pass. Ivan the Great. In her mind, he made her do it and pushed her to it. Right. That was her story. That was her defense. But I think personally that I think that she convinced herself. Does that make her crazy? No, that makes her delusional. But I mean, that's not an excuse for that's somebody who refuses to take accountability. Somebody who refuses to take accountability for their actions to such an extent that they're going to lie about it to the point to where they convince themselves of their actions to justify it. Why does anybody make a decision, right? When somebody makes a bad decision, you think that it's always impulsive? No, it's not always impulsive. And if you continue to make impulsive decisions that are negative, that come with a negative result, right? You continue to make impulsive decisions that reach a negative result. And you didn't learn from the last 1, 2, 3, 4 bad impulsive decisions. That's a you problem. So no, she doesn't get that excuse. And she was under 72 hours of observation. And during that 72 hours of observation, she was labeled a narcissistic. She was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. Why? Because she was sitting there making excuses for every bit of her actions without taking any accountability for them at all. She got the news that he sold the house. Right? Now the story is that he just wanted to get rid of the house. But that was the one thing that was still linking them together, right? They both own the house. And this was going to be the one thing that finally, okay, we have nothing tying us together anymore. So I just want to get rid of the house. And she kept dragging it along, saying, that's not a high enough offer. We want more. And he was going, I don't care how much. I'm rich. Like, you want $1 million for this house. I'm willing to let it go for $300,000 just to get you the fuck out of my life. Right? Perfectly understandable. But she's holding on to the house because it's something that ties them together. It's her way of not letting him go. It's her way of holding on to him. It's a very manipulative tactic. So what he did is he found a legal loophole to be able to sell it without her consent. And she still got her half of the money. By the way, he was still planning on giving her that part of the money. It wasn't like he stole the house from her and sold it and kept the money. He was willing to give her her end of it. He just wanted to sever this thing that was keeping them together. So once she sees this, once she realizes, her lawyer calls her up and says, hey, Dan sold the house. Sorry to tell you, but Dan sold the house. And then she's like, what the fuck? and she's got people over at her house. She's entertaining guests. Who those guests were, I don't know. It was either her parents or whatever. There's different versions of that. And she gets in her car. She says, I'll be right back. She gets in her big ass suburban SUV and drives it into his door, into his front door, where his children are in the house. Again, a lack of empathy for her children. Dude, what kind of mother does that? If a man did that shit, he would have been locked up. Instead, he was like, listen, you don't have to take her to jail. Listen, just take her to whatever, to the psychiatric ward. They put a straitjacket on her. They took her there. 72-hour hold because he felt bad and he didn't want to see the mother of his children go to jail. So, but no, that was a gaslighting technique to make her think she was crazy. No, man, it was mercy is what it was. She should have went to jail. Of course he had to give her half. Of course he had to give her half, sure. But it wasn't like, I mean, you don't think that he could have, you know, if he was falling under the MO that she was making him out to be, right? If she was basically saying he was using litigation to abuse me, right? If he was absolutely doing that, you don't think that he could have found a way to take that money from her? Why was he giving her money? $16,000 a month without even a judge intervening in that? This was before he actually filed for divorce and petitioned for the kids. He was like, here's 16 grand a month. $16,000 a month, dude. That's half a teacher's year salary. So come on, man. A month. Dude, if I had $16,000 a month, you know what I would do with $16,000? I don't even know what I would do with $16,000 a month. I had to sit there and think about it and make plans because I'm not going to fucking just blow that shit. That's an opportunity. Seriously. That's a major opportunity. Right. I mean, he's a fucking litigation lawyer, dude. He's a litigator. He can absolutely take her to court and be like, you know what? Because of this, and this. Probably the answering machines, all this other thing. He could have been like, I've pain and suffering. Linda, the new wife, could have sued her for that. If they were trying to abuse her with litigation, these are people that just were like, we're going to do this much just to keep her from, just to keep her to leave us the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? What's up, ducking felonies? So don't give me, dude, and that's $16,000 a month back in 89, bro. Like, that's not even $16,000 a month today. You give me $16,000 a month today, you know what I would do with that shit? Dude, I'm totally investing. I'm gonna call my brother up because he's smart with money and I'm not. I'm gonna be like, what do I do with this? Let's go into business together. What do we do? Let's do something. No, Ivan the Great, he didn't. What he would do is he would fine her. He would fine her for, like, you know, leaving obscene messages on the machine, and you know what I mean? But all of the stuff that she put the new wife through, crazy. Dude, the daughter's graduation, right? Oldest daughter's high school graduation. Everybody's there. Dan's there with Linda, the new wife, and Betty's there on her own. Betty can't even respect her daughter's graduation, and she has to confront the Linda girl. And you know what she does? She takes her camera and she just starts taking pictures of her, right? Just taking pictures of her. picture after picture after picture, just being creepy as fuck to this lady, trying to get her, trying to, get a rise out of her so she can snap and try to make her to be the aggressor at her daughter's graduation. And she doesn't. Get the fuck out of my face with that, bro. Come on. Dude. He fined her as a way to control her was part of his game. You're saying that as though she's entitled to $16,000 a month after all of the harassment. Like, what he could have done is just been like, I'm not giving you anything. He could have just been like, no. But what he would do is be like every cuss word, because he wanted her to have some sort of relationship with the kids. He wanted her to have some sort of interaction with them, or at least get on the path to that happening. It's all he wanted to do. That's what his actions tell me. Dude, I wish I had a bucket of KFC right now. What? I wish I had a bucket of KFC. I've been craving KFC for like a week. So good. I mean, I know she knew that he was married. Like, is that trashy? Sure. Absolutely. But think about it. I mean, this stuff happens all the time. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's understandable that it takes place. I'm saying I understand it happening because you've got two people. He's his personal assistant, right? So she's doing all of his research for the cases. They're sitting down. They're having lunches. They're having dinners. They're just sitting in the office discussing case after case after case, details. They're in sync as far as their interests go, their professional interests go. That's going to draw two people together, especially when you're working late hours. The attraction is bound to happen between two attractive people. It's bound to happen. The question is it okay to act on it? No, it's not. I'm not saying that it is. What I'm saying is I understand the attraction, but the way to avoid that attraction, and ladies, this is going to piss you off. You married ones that have been cheated on. Sorry in advance, but this is going to make you mad. Half of that man not acting on those impulses is the wife at home being something that you would look forward to coming home to. Betty was not that. And I'm not talking about her physical appearance. What I'm talking about is they were not happy. They had the kind of relationship, and I can relate to this. I've had these kind of relationships where I'm in my car, I pull up, I know she's home, and I got to like sit in my car for a minute and be like, okay. This is going to fucking suck. All right. Fuck it. Let's go. And I psych myself up to get into the house and prepare for whatever fucking bullshit that I'm going to have to deal with. So, you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would I not want to be happy? Why, you know what I'm saying? Why doesn't she have some accountability for not doing her part to make the marriage work? Why not just be grateful that your husband's home, that he's been working all day, instead of just throwing crazy accusations at him, not being appreciative of the things that you have and complaining about every single fucking thing in your life when you have the easiest life in the world, and complaining about everything that's going on in your life the minute that the dude walks in from a 12-hour day. Dude, the guy never got a break. Never once. He went to school, got a job at a law firm, started his own law firm, never stopped. Right? Did everything to make his wife happy. But he was a workaholic. But in order to give her the lavish lifestyle that she felt entitled to, he had to work. Oh, blissful elixir, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just giving an example. And the evidence of the case dictates that was the case. That the dude came home to a tumultuous or you know the word I'm trying to use. He came home to an environment that was detrimental, that was not enjoyable. It was not happy. This was not a happy marriage. And just as much as he deserves to be happy, don't think that I'm thinking, well, he's a man, and because he's a man and he works so hard, he deserves to go and get his, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is both parties in an unhappy relationship deserve to be happy. Both parties absolutely deserve to be happy. And he set her up to be able to find her happiness. But it was obvious that living in a miserable, shitty, tumultuous relationship was what made her happy. That's sick. If you're someone who feeds off of misery and look forward, you're the type of person to always find a fight in any situation, then you're the problem. Now, you do deserve to be happy. If that's what makes you happy, being somebody who's just miserable all the fucking time, okay, you deserve to be happy. Whatever the fuck floats your boat, whatever makes you happy, you deserve that happiness. I am no longer required to provide that happiness for you, though, because I also deserve to be happy. So best of luck with that. But me, I'm out. I mean, am I wrong? Not saying you don't deserve to be happy. I'm saying if fighting with somebody every day makes you happy but makes me miserable, I can't help you. I can't help you. Yeah, and I get it, man. Everybody here, every one of you people have had your hearts broken before. Every one of you have been cheated on. But I guarantee you that if my chat was full of men and I asked type a 1 if you've been cheated on, every single man would type a 1. Just because you're women, it doesn't mean that you are the only victims of cheating and having your heart broken. It happens to men all the time. It's happened to me more than a few times. But that doesn't mean that it gives me some sort of right to treat people like shit. Tumultuous. Thank you for spelling it out. Tumultuous relationships. Turmoil, tumultuous. Okay. Thank you for giving me that opportunity to redeem myself, Grandmaster Sid Sophos. See, and that's you're generalizing. You're sitting here telling me that I can't generalize based on my own experiences and equate everybody else's shit to my own experiences. Okay, fair enough. That's true. That's not what I'm doing. But here you are generalizing, saying women don't see men as what they are. They see them as what they hope for or imagine. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that that's generally the case with women. I don't agree with you on that. I think that there are women that do that. I think there are men that do that. But I don't want a woman who sees me for what they hope for and imagine. Take me as I am. And you know what? That is the best way to inspire me to be better for you. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'm going to do my best to be the best person I can be for myself, but it's very possible for a significant other to inspire me to be even better because now I have somebody else. I have another half. I've got somebody on my arm. I've got somebody that I'm syncing with. So that right there provides you with more room to grow. Half the weight is being carried emotionally speaking. You know what I'm saying? Half the weight is being carried. So you're taking half that emotion off of my person. That gives me room to grow, to be a better man for you. But if you're constantly talking about how shitty I am on a constant basis, if you're constantly pointing out how I could be better doing this, I should be doing that, or I better be doing this, or I mean, then all I'm going to think about is fuck, man. You know, what else do I got to fucking do? I take care of this one thing. You tell me I need to improve in this area. Okay, I work on that. I fix it. Then there's something else. And then there's something else. And then there's something else. That's not a me problem. That's a you fucking problem. Right? Yeah, we all want to be loved, but we're not perfect. Exactly. So doesn't it make sense to just accept your partner for who they are? And guess what? If one of the things that you accept as what they are is somebody who's always wanting to be as and make your environment enjoyable, make my company more enjoyable for you, wouldn't that mean that I'm more likely to grow into the ways that are better for you? Instead of if you're cutting someone down and criticizing where they could be better and better all the time, which one is going to have the more logical, which one is logically going to have the more likely result? So, yeah, man, like don't, you know, I mean, that's the thing is we're talking about this double standard here because when it comes to women, right? I'm sitting here talking about how, you know, and you're justifying women are in my chat justifying, you know, to a certain degree. Well, you know, I'm just trying to make you better, right? Just trying to make you better. In a nutshell, right? That's the justification for it, right? But if a man is doing that to a woman and going, hey, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that. Well, he's controlling, right? That man is controlling and he's a narcissist and, you know, he's abusive. Red flags galore. And all those red flags in these true crime cases, oh, well, he's going to kill her. That conclusion comes. In this community, that conclusion automatically pops up. He's going to kill her. So why doesn't the same thing apply when the tables are turned, when it comes to women behaving this way? Why aren't the same standards held? And I'm just talking about emotions, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you know, the woman needs to learn how to work on the car. You know, if the guy is mechanically inclined already, then, well, you know what? You got to work on the car half the time. I'm not saying that shit. I'm saying emotionally speaking, an emotional exchange between two people should be equal. You should not expect any more from me emotionally than what you're willing to give. You don't get to say, well, you know, I'm a woman and I'm more sensitive. No. You guys give birth to children. You're the toughest fucking people on the planet. And yet I'm more than happy to open doors for you. I'm more than happy to open the jar of pickles for you. I'm more than happy to do these things that men are generally more equipped to do than a woman. Sure. You know, being a gentleman. I'm more than happy to kill the spider. Fine. You know, I'm more than happy to carry all of the groceries into the house. But when it comes to emotions, when it comes to treating somebody a certain way as far as regarding their feelings and giving and being you know, being considerate of their feelings, there should be no upper hand in that whatsoever. Both people should be absolutely and totally engaged in making that better for their partner. Both partners should have that mindset. How can I keep my partner happy? Otherwise, what, man? You know? Because you all sit there and you're like, oh my God, he broke my heart. He cheated on me. And then never do you ask yourself, well, did I take him for granted? Did I expect more out of him than he ever did of me? Because that's the whole thing. Because if a guy does that same thing, it's the same thing. How many guys take their partners for granted? They get home from work and they sit down on the couch, they crack open a beer and they turn on the TV. And then whenever the wife sits down next to him and says, hey, how was your day? But oh, fuck, man. Do you mind? Like, I'm trying to watch this. If he does that, then he's a fucking dick. And you know what? He's even more of a dick if she goes out and gets that emotional attention from somebody else and he acts like the victim for it. Right or wrong? If she gets up and says, you know what? I'm tired. Like, I sit here and I do everything all day long, and everything that I do in my day is prelude to the moment that I get to sit next to my man and share that time together, right? And he takes that completely for granted. And then you go out and some dude is at your job and he's just the nicest guy and treats you with respect, and you guys, he can't stop listening to you. He's absolutely fascinated with your fucking opinions on God knows what, and is just totally enamored with you. And then that person, and then there's electricity between you, and then you act on it. Is it wrong? Morally speaking, is it really wrong? Right. Your man has a PlayStation and Xbox. But I'm saying, and if you're happy with that, that's fine too. I mean, a lot of people have that, like a man and a woman, both men and women, they have to have an individual. Fuck the genders and fuck the sexes. Dude, every individual has a right to me time. Now, if you're in a relationship, you're sharing life with that partner. It's the way that is. You don't get to always have me time. It doesn't work that way. But you're entitled to some. You're entitled to some. Yeah, I like being single too. Like, if I'm ever in a relationship, it has to kind of be like I'm single. It has to be, because I know myself, you know, I'm actually one of these guys. I'm one of these guys that's just like, dude, you know, like if I do something wrong, call me out on it. I'll apologize. Great. You know what I mean? But if you're dwelling on something that is an easy fix, you know, I don't have patience for that shit. I just don't. No, I want you to want to care. I do, though. I do. I'm just not reacting in the way that you sit around and fantasize me reacting to the scenario that you had in your head this entire time and imagined when I came home and how I was going to react to it. Because I'm also an individual with my own thoughts and feelings. I'm not a robot. I cannot do and react to the situation that you're presenting to me the way that you fantasized in your head the whole day of how I was going to do so. I'm sorry that I disappointed you. That's me. I'm that guy, which is kind of a dick, you know, but I'm also expecting you to be understanding of that. And it doesn't mean that I'm not trying to find a solution to what we're doing and what your problem is. That doesn't mean that I'm not wanting to like dive right in, you and me, let's tackle this situation. I just may not react to it the same way that you fantasized in your head how I was going to. What your standards for me to react to a certain thing are. So, you know what I mean? Oh, it's absolutely personal experience. It's everyone's personal experience in here. And if you're not aware of it, you're the problem. If you can't pinpoint one time where that happened in a relationship, you're either a liar or you are completely on the wrong end of that relationship and need to look in the mirror and start really paying attention to your behavior in that relationship. I promise you that. If you're not aware of it, because a functional couple can sit there and acknowledge that that does happen. Both people in that relationship can absolutely acknowledge that does happen, realistically speaking. No. Okay, look. Flower power. If a man wants the single life after marriage, he should stay single. It has to be a we or it will go bust. Right. But sometimes it's okay for it to just be you or me. You know, as a couple, we should be able to respect that from time to time. Like, listen, I just need to chill. You know what? I need to go play a round of golf to get my head around this. Talking with you about it might make it worse, depending on the situation. Talking with you about it might make the situation less pleasant for me already. You know what I mean? Sometimes what I may need is just to go play a round of golf, if that's your thing. I don't play golf, just making a point. Or just sit and watch a movie quietly, you know, like just no talking, get the fucking popcorn, you know, let's just sit, shut the fuck up, don't talk, neither one of us, and laugh at a stupid fucking movie. Not, what are we going to do about this? And what are we going to do about that? Like, dude, I just walked in, you know? So, you know, and why does that make a man such a villain? Because there's women that are like this too. Do you know what you call a guy who complains about that? You call him a bitch. It's a fact. It's a fact. You call him a bitch. You know, if a dude, if there's a dude, yeah, there are men that absolutely do that. Dude, I can do that shit. There's times where I do that shit. That's real. There's times where I'm just like, what the fuck? Why are you being so cold? I don't understand. Did I do something? Dude, happens all the time. You know what I mean? Men totally do that shit. Dude, men are so insecure. Like, men are the most insecure fucking people in the world. Women aren't insecure. Like, women confuse, people confuse women with being insecure and being self-conscious. There's a difference, right? Self-conscious means, oh my God, is my lipstick straight, or am I being a bitch, blah, 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 that sort of thing, right? Men are just like, oh my God, she's not going to like this shirt. And she's going to break up with me. And there's going to be this guy at work that she's going to like more. And, That's how men get. If women do that, they're fucking crazy. They're considered fucking crazy. Another double standard. Right? Like if women behave that insecure, it's the most unattractive shit ever. Right? But men, we wait till we're in a relationship with you and we feel comfortable with you. And then we're like, oh, how well you know this guy? What's he drive? I mean, it's just how that shit is, man. For real. And those dudes are up your ass, like yeah, I don't like compliments either too much. Like, right, but Petty Patty, okay, I love this right here. So she's saying, I try to fix shit on my own, so Hubs ain't gonna worry about things. Sometimes I do need his help and we tackle it together. Awesome, right? But that's the perfect relationship if he has the exact same attitude. That he'll try to fix shit on his own, so you ain't got to worry about things. And sometimes, and you have a relationship, if you have a functional relationship, each person should feel comfortable going to that other person and being like, listen, I need your help. I don't know what to do, Dude, you know what? Y'all, this is gonna get even more. I have a theory. Okay. I have a theory. My theory is that the physical example of the perfect relationship is great sex. Okay? Hear me out. All right? It's the physical act, right, of being in a relationship, right? So if each person meets, if you have amazing sex with somebody, right? The dynamic, if you break down the dynamic of what makes the sex great between you and your partner, and it's always amazing. Both of you guys, like, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's mind blowing every time you have sex, right? Mind blowing, covered in sweat, covered in each other's juices, gross, and you're loving it, right? You feel fantastic. If you apply that same effort towards your partner, because there's no way to have mutually good sex unless your mindset is, I want to make this good for my partner. And the other person's mindset is that they want to make it good for you. If that mutual understanding during sex is taking place, you're going to have amazing sex. You're never going to not have, it's never going to be bad. It's never going to be bad. If you are genuinely in tune with your partner's needs and you are focused on fulfilling your partner's needs and vice versa, if you apply that same effort to what it takes to make a relationship work, and that's that same attitude going into it, you're going to have a functional relationship. You're going to have a great relationship. I truly, genuinely believe that. Some people can't do that. There's people that have great sex, and then as soon as they're done, it's like, fucking shut up, leave me the fuck alone. I mean, think about that. Dude, if you get a guy who is like, you know, you're dating a couple of days and then all of a sudden it's obvious by the sex that you finally decided to engage in together. And that dude, right? That dude all of a sudden has this vibe like he's hammering nails into a wall and only thinking about driving the nail into the wall. Like, you're going to feel that. You're going to be like, the fuck is this? Just finish up, man. Just finish up. Get the fuck away from me. Right? If that's the vibe, that's what's going to happen. You know? There's no way that other person's enjoying it. And that person's not really getting fulfilled either. You know? Like, dude, if I'm vibing with a girl and then we finally, you know, decide to sleep together, but she has this attitude like she's letting me fuck her, you know, like, okay, here you go. Here's the golden pussy. Go ahead. Do what you got. No, keep it. I'm good. It was nice to meet you. Had a great time. Best of luck. No. Like, there has to be this mutual, like, oh, I gotta have you. I gotta make sure that everything that happens to you is fucking fantastic. And I feel lucky to be the one to get to do that for you. That mutual thing between both people, back and forth, is what makes great sex. The same thing in a relationship. In my personal opinion, I don't see how that can fail. Dude, sports, it's the same shit. You get a sports team, right? We got a common goal. You know what I mean? We got a common goal. I'm going to kick you the ball. You kick it into the goal. You know what I'm saying? If I try to just carry the whole thing by myself, or I just let you do it, that ball's never going to go in the goal. It's never going to go in the goal. You know what I mean? Got to have that teamwork, man. You got to have that same common interest. I want to make you happy. But you have to want to make me happy just as much as I want to make you happy. And if that's the case, you can't lose. I just don't see how you can lose. Cherry, yeah. I mean... Ivan the Great, that is real. Absolutely real. If they got to ask, that's the whole thing. You got to listen. I mean, I don't mean with your ears, that a little bit with your ears, but you know, if you get that kind of vocal partner, which is always fun, but you gotta listen. You gotta listen to your partner's needs. You gotta vibe from it. Their body's telling you what they want. If you just know how to listen for it, you know, their body's telling you what they want. Doesn't matter, guy, girl, it doesn't matter. You know, their body's telling you what they want. So you just fucking try to get in tune with that. That's just simply called empathy. That's called, I want to make my partner happy. I want to know you the way you know yourself. I want to know you intimately. Intimately means beyond the way anybody else can know you. Anybody else can know you by talking to you. Sure. But there's a certain thing that happens with intimacy where you know each other without having to verbally communicate. You know what I'm saying? There's a look in the eyes. There's a vibe. There's a electricity, a magnetism that takes place. If you know how to listen for that, like a tuning fork, boom. If you know how to listen for that shit, you can't lose. Yeah, I lit it, Cherry. So what? It's a long live. What do you want me to do? Flower Power says, I think my marriage lasted 50 years because he said, you want to get married? I said, yep. Things are just over thought nowadays. I mean, but you can't deny that you had a functional marriage for 50 years. Were you happy in your 50-year marriage? There's a difference between being happy in a 50-year marriage and then being content. You know, I don't want to be, nobody here wants to be content with anybody. Nobody wants to be just content with the person they're going to spend their entire life with. People want to live in bliss. Right. Flower Power. I believe it. That's a perfectly logical answer right there. That's as logical as an answer gets. Absolutely. I was happy or I wouldn't have stayed. Yeah. Okay. Blissful elixir. I mean, based on your comments, that doesn't surprise me. Content. You're content with being content. Okay, great. You know, I mean, there's no crime against that, and I'm not judging you for it, but I'm saying, you know, most people want to be happy. But I could tell by your comments that you're not a happy person. And this is not, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just, nobody is safe. If you're going to comment in my chat and I see it and it provokes thought, you're going to hear my thoughts. Good for you, Ivan the Great. Blessed are all of you that are in long, great relationships, man. I really, really envy you, man. I'm really happy for you. That's great. No, it doesn't have to be just one, Cherry. It takes a special type of more than one person, more than two people. Takes a special type of those more than two people to all sink into that situation. It has happened. I have seen it happen, but it's rare. I'm not taking it negatively, Blissful Elixir. I'm not. I'm saying most people want to be happy. I'm saying that I can tell the difference between you and a happy person. I'm not saying you just admitted that you're content. The content is fine. Ray's up here 35 years together. 35 years. Now, sometimes people stay together because they're just content. But I'm saying human nature generally does not allow for people to just be content. People want bliss. They want happiness. And yes, marriage is work. Either you want it or you don't, because nothing in life is worth having is ever easy. Well said, Ivan the Great. Well said. Because people think it's just going to be magic. The magic happens at first, and then people lose interest and they lose their relationships because the magic is over, right? Because they let the magic burn out. You got to keep that magic lit. You got to stoke the fire. Fire is going to burn out. That's what happens. That's what fire does. You know what I mean? Eventually, it's going to burn out. If you want to keep that fire going, you got to stoke it. You got to do what you got to do to stoke it. Add wood. Shut up, Cherry. You know, get the thing, you know what I mean? Give it some oxygen. Fire's got to breathe. Yeah, especially with kids too. And you're talking to somebody, who's never had a functional relationship. Never have. I've only recently in my life in an emotional place, only in the last few years, have I been in an emotional place to where I feel like if I were to have those feelings for somebody, I feel confident that I could give them 100% of me emotionally. Only in the last few years have I felt this way. And I always thought I did prior to that. So what does that tell you? You know what I mean? And yet, currently not actually in a relationship. See, I can't. I told her to shut up. And she still, you know what I mean? She had to make the comment. She had to do it. Yeah, but do you have to stop dating after marriage? That's the whole point. Because you know what happens with marriage? One half of that couple looks at marriage as closure subconsciously. They're like, that's the goal. They don't look at living together for the rest of our lives until we grow old and one of us dies to be the goal, right? They look at getting to the wedding, getting to the chapel, having the wedding, moving in together, getting the move done. It's over, right? Subconsciously, people look at that and that's it. That's when it's done. Yeah, and couples fight too, man. You know what I mean? Now, if you fight all the time or one of you is always looking for a fight, you got a problem. There's no way you're happy. Yeah. Follow me on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, follow me on Twitter. I don't post a lot, but things are going to change on that pretty soon. Just this Ricky Martin thing is just one of the things that we're going to be talking about on here. And then we're going to move on and we're just going to naturally let things progress the way that we did here. We ended up talking about relationships and sex and you just never know. But we're there are subjects that I'm going to be discussing, very deep subjects, and there is a particular YouTube creator that's on my radar, which you may have gathered from my community post. So since I already put up the community post, I would encourage those of you to look into that person. And if you have Hulu, even better. If you have Hulu, watch a short documentary series. It's only 4 episodes, but watch a short documentary series called The Deep End. This is a YouTube creator. It's about a YouTube creator. And she may or may not be a cult leader. That's the controversy. And I will be diving deep into the mind of Teal Swan. Her name is Teal Swan, Ray. Watch the Deep End. Make sure you watch the Deep End on Hulu. Okay. Like I said, it's 4 episodes. Yeah, flower power, right. And I think that there's a scientific explanation for that too. Love does just happen. That's called it's called chemistry. It's called electricity, magnetism that happens between two people. It's either you act on it or you don't. You know what I mean? Um, and it's energy. It's literally energy. And you can either harness that energy or that energy can move on away from you to somewhere else that you no longer have any contact with, any type of association with anymore. But that energy is a thing. Yeah, we're gonna explore the mind of Teal Swan. She definitely has my attention. There was something else that I was going to bring up and talk about. I can't remember what it was. She doesn't need you to sub to her, man. She has over 1 million followers. We're going to explore whether or not she's a cult leader. That's what we're going to do. We're going to explore that. Because there's actually a very good chance that she's a very dangerous person. Somebody with that kind of influence, I believe, has a certain period, has a certain level of responsibility. And so wow, Ivan the Great. I feel like that's the kind of wedding that I would love to have been at. I don't know what ASMR is, Platform Boots. Yeah, so as far as Ricky Martin goes, man, I mean, we don't know all the facts yet. We don't know all the facts, but it's looking, like I said, if I had to speculate, I would say that this lawsuit with his manager and this accusation, this recent accusation, they're connected. I feel like it's too much to be a coincidence. Blissful Elixir, I think so too. One thing that I noticed about her, I was listening to her today, and one thing that I noticed is like she seems to have observations of things, and they seem to be generally pretty accurate observations. Like she'll take problems, general problems that people seem to have, and it's kind of her way of saying, I know you. I know exactly what you're going through. I know these problems. I've been there, blah, blah, blah. But yet she doesn't seem to provide any solutions. Her solution seems to be give me money and I'll talk more. Her solution seems to be give me money and I'll talk more. Her solution seems to be if you're selected, well, then you get to come to my compound and have and engage in a retreat where you'll be personally coached by me in a group, right? But I don't see, no, dude, just watch The Deep End. Watch it. It's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I call it a compound, Ivan the Great. I call it that. I call it that. Because I feel like it's, I mean, it's, you know, it's a property. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's a very large property where they all congregate. It's super cultish. That's an opinion. That's an opinion. You know what I mean? Again, you have to watch that documentary. Watch that documentary, and soon we will be diving into that. I don't think that she runs on an MLM. I don't think so. I think she sells books, you know, but she claims to be the one with the answers. That's, and if you don't agree with her, then you're opposing her and you're resisting. You know what I mean? Really, really pushy shit. Yeah, I believe it is hidden under, it's a retreat. I believe she does use the term retreat. Like you're invited to a retreat. Okay. Okay. Well, Blissful Elixir, that's the thing. This is why I find her fascinating. It's not a question of whether or not she's a fake or not. Nobody has all the answers. Of course, she's a fake in that sense. Nobody has all the answers. And for her to claim that she does is the issue. The question is, does she realize that she doesn't have all the answers? Does she honestly believe that she has all the answers? And I am leaning towards yes. She believes this about herself, which I find to be somewhat dangerous. Because the people that latch onto her, the people that look to her for not guidance, but straight leadership. Guidance is one thing. Okay. You can go to anybody for guidance. Any YouTuber that you admire and like, you can go to them for guidance for sure. You know, like I could sit here and talk about myself and my personal experiences, and you can either get something out of it or not. And I'm okay with it. I'm here for the people who do get something out of it. You know, if you can relate to it, cool. You know, I mean, that's how music works. You know what I mean? Like your favorite musicians write lyrics that you can relate to. And that's why you enjoy the music, because you're like, man, I feel that shit. I know exactly what they're talking about. You know what I mean? So the platform groups is just flip flopping left and right. I subbed, I unsubbed. There was something else that I wanted to cover tonight, and I just can't remember what it was. I mean, we were talking about like, yeah, and YouTube's weird, man. Like for somebody to gain that much popularity, so fast, people can just like it's I was talking about this earlier with how people just in mass will just follow. They won't even follow the leader. They'll follow the follower that's before them, that's in front of them. Let me just follow the herd, you know? Like it's funny. Okay, let me give this example, right? Let me give this example. So there's a fairly new creator. In fact, this creator was live today, and I'm not gonna call them out. I actually like this creator's channel, and I'll show up in that chat once in a while. And and some of you that listen to me saw me in that chat, but not this chat today, but another live stream. I think it was this creators. They've been doing videos, and I think they just went live for the first time the other day. And I remember being somewhat fascinated, a little frustrated, but mostly fascinated because I think the only reason that I was somewhat frustrated was because I recognized people from my chat in there and they jumped on this weird bandwagon. It was really, really weird. So I and this is nothing against that creator because I don't even think that the creator of the live even knew what was going on in the chat. And if she did, she didn't comment on it at all. And it's kind of it's kind of I don't know if I want to call it a drama channel. It's just I would call it a gossip channel because everybody was just kind of there gossiping. And it was a few days ago, maybe a week ago, and they were talking about Ernie Shell, right? I don't know anything about Ernie Shell, and it was funny because what I was doing, I was interacting in that chat because that creator has been in my chat several times, right? And has always been really cool in my chat, and like I said, I like her channel, and so I didn't want to. I felt for some reason I felt kind of guilty. I felt because that person, when they're in my chat, they interact and they're really cool. And I wanted to express the same courtesy. I really enjoy being in other people's chats. As much as I like being live, I like being in other creators' chats. I love that. And I love interacting with people and especially familiar people. I'll see a lot of the same people that I'm seeing here in somebody else's chat. And I love interacting with you guys while I'm in chat. And so, and I don't know anything about Ernie. I don't follow him. I don't know, and so, and I'll be honest, I only mentioned this one thing because it was the only thing that I had to contribute to the conversation in the chat. Right. And so I said something to the effect, I was like, I brought it up and I was like, I kind of felt bad seeing Ernie get tased, on that body cam footage. Like, I don't like to see anybody get tased. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know if he deserved it. I don't know any of that shit. Right. But when I said that, there was this whole shit ton of just gossipy ass people. Right. And they were, and I mentioned this, and then somebody on the panel points out my comment and is like, and like rolls her eyes like, glare, like the glare, saying that he felt bad for Ernie for getting tased. And I didn't say that. It's not what I said. I said I kind of felt bad seeing him get tased, meaning I don't know shit about this dude, but I saw the dude sit there and a cop tased his ass. He didn't seem to know where the hell he was at the time. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll fucking put that shit up if I can find it. And although I don't enjoy this, I'm going to point this out. So you see what I mean. I guess I'm on the wrong. Oh, okay. All right. Now, this is Ernie getting tased. Okay. Let me turn up the.
Please, because they're going to kill me, man. Look, I haven't committed a crime. I haven't committed a crime.
Now he's filming himself. This is he's live streaming right now, and the cops are confronting him because he's not making a whole lot of sense.
I haven't committed a crime. I haven't committed a crime. I can't sit down. I can't sit down. But I haven't committed a crime. I really haven't committed a crime, though. I haven't committed a crime. I'm not going to get hit before, I promise. Please. I haven't done nothing wrong.
So I don't know if it's drugs.
Look, you
I don't know if it's drugs. I don't know if it's just like a natural psychosis because he's.
I'll stop. See, he says walking off. Please don't. I haven't done nothing, guys. Where's it going to take this, please?
Now he's not complying.
No, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Don't. Please. I know. Look, man, I haven't done nothing wrong. I'm PPS. Look, man, I'm PPS and everything. Please don't. No. I'm going to take you again. Get on your back.
Turn over.
Get on your back. I'm going to take you again.
Turn over.
Dude, that's not.
Okay, I'm my back. I'm on my back, sir. Dude, he's going to be the one shooting me, Andy.
Now, regardless of the things that this guy has done, right? Regardless of all that shit, all I did was express in this chat, all I did was express some empathy towards another human being, right? I mean, that's all I did. I don't know enough about the guy. All I'm saying is, I don't know, like I kind of felt bad seeing the guy go through that. He was obviously disoriented. He obviously, and he probably had it coming. If he wasn't complying with the cops, it's not like they shot him. And somebody made that point. And they were like, oh, please. Somebody on the panel was all, please. It's just getting tased. It's not like they shot him. It's like, motherfucker, let me tase you. You ever been tased? I've never been tased, but it looks painful as fuck. There's a reason why they do it. They subdue you. You know how a taser works? A taser works like you point the thing at somebody and these electrical wires with clips, they clamp onto you. They stab you and clamp onto you. They break your skin and they pinch your skin and they run this voltage through you. They electrocute you. They shock you. That shit fucking hurts. I don't care what you say. So seeing this guy not knowing where the hell he was and going, seeing this guy and not knowing who the hell he was, and then seeing him, please, and going in convulsions and whatnot, man, that's not an easy thing to look at. And I'm sorry. If you're the kind of person that gets pleasure out of seeing somebody go through that. Now, I understand in a movie like the movie The Hangover, where they were, tasing them and it was a comedy scene. I get it. You know what I mean? But this was a different situation. This was a guy that was going through something, probably drug induced, but still, and pain was inflicted on him. You know what I mean? But I say this, and then just because somebody on the panel is like, Glairer has to say, he felt bad to see Ernie Shell get fucking tased. Well, I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? I don't know anything about this dude. I don't know the things that he's done. And even still, you know what I mean? Like, if I saw a murderer get tased, that's a different story. You know what I mean? If I saw a child molester get tased, that's a different story, But I'm seeing a guy that was filming why he was live. I mean, maybe to protect himself, you know. That was probably his mindset, you know, to protect myself. I'm live streaming, whatever, making sure that, you know, because he's like, they're trying to kill me. He was sitting there saying they're trying to kill me. So he's obviously delusional to some degree. And even if he's lying, there's something wrong with him that makes him feel the need to make that up and do that. You know, but being somebody who didn't understand the circumstances of the situation, I saw a guy have pain inflicted on him, and I felt bad for him. Right? But then, you know, and all I said was, you know, damn, I did kind of feel bad seeing Ernie get tased like that, man. You know what I mean? And then this lady like points it out, and then the whole chat attacks, right? Like flies on shit. The whole chat attacks because the nature of this live stream was just talking shit about this guy. So just because I said something that wasn't negative about him, because I didn't even say anything positive, just because I contributed something to the conversation that wasn't as negative as what everybody else was saying, I got attacked. Why? Because it was the mass thing to do. It is just a total pitchforker thing that fucking went down. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, I wasn't really upset about it, but I was fascinated more than anything. Like, dude, it's crazy how people in mass will just go along with some shit. Like they'll attack somebody in the chat, you know, and that happens here sometimes, but it's usually because somebody genuinely says something blatantly stupid. Like we're not up here gossiping. What we're up here doing is sharing facts, or I'm discussing facts, or I'm discussing things that I've shown proof of, and then somebody will say something galactically stupid and contrary to the proof that I've shown, and then it's all fair. My chat that's full of logical people are going to attack you and go, you're stupid. And I'm even going to call you stupid. You know, if you say something stupid and then you double down on it after I told you exactly why it was stupid, well, then I'm going to label you as stupid. And it's going to go from you saying something stupid to me going, okay, you said something stupid because you're stupid. Sometimes smart people say stupid things. Happens all the time. But if you're going to double down on it after I just explained why what you said was stupid is stupid, then I'm going to call you stupid because I'm like, okay, well then, you know, to me, it's synonymous with ignorant, you know, like, because I don't think anybody is genuinely like, you know, I don't think having a learning disability makes you stupid. I think being ignorant and not having any desire to absorb knowledge or new information that may be contrary to the information that you had prior with proof, and you choose to ignore that, well then to me that's synonymous with stupid. That's what I would call stupid, not somebody who genuinely has an issue with absorbing information and learning. Somebody who chooses clearly out of pride, that's somebody that I would call stupid without shame and without remorse. Yeah, I don't even know the situation, Platform Boots, and I don't care, honestly. I was just making an example that, you know, people like just lack an individual, they lack the pride to have an individual thought, to just enough self-respect to simply assess facts before forming an opinion. Well, that's also the exact definition of ignorant. So we agree with each other, Ivan the Great. Stupidity is knowing you're wrong or incorrect and being unwilling to learn the truth or correct way in your opinion. Now, if I read that and I replace the word stupidity with ignorant, ignorance is knowing you're wrong or incorrect and being unwilling to learn the truth or correct way. Totally synonymous. Totally synonymous. Oh, so you were in that chat platform. I thought I saw you in there. Yeah, people like jumped down my throat. They swarmed on me like bees to honey. It was so weird. And I was like, what? I was like, really? Did I really disrupt your little vibe of just shit talking this dude that bad? Well, I mean, yeah, I was on call for it. I mean, it just didn't bother me that much. I was just fascinated. It was like, wow, all of you motherfuckers are like taking a big shit all over me because I expressed some empathy towards somebody. That's all that happened. That's literally all that happened. I expressed empathy towards somebody that they were like, how dare you? Yeah, that's what it was like. It was like a bunch of mean girl shit, dude. It was so weird. I was like, this is, I haven't experienced that since I was a child. A bunch of people just mindlessly like making someone out to be the bad guy because one popular person did it. So everybody else had to jump on it to impress that one popular. It was really weird. I was like, these are grown-ups, dude. It's really strange. Now, the creator of the channel didn't engage in that, but everyone else did on the panel and a few people in chat. And I was just, fuck. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to bring up. Yeah. I have not heard back from Michael just yet. For those of you who are waiting for whatever's going to happen with the Michael Long updates. Now, I'm going to keep you updated as far as any information that I get. There's a court date, anything like that. Right now, John, Michael's father, is in the hospital, or I don't know if he's been released yet or not. I have not been in touch with him in a few days. What I did was I set up an account in the jail for the phone so that Michael can call me and it's paid for, so that he doesn't have to pay for it. And it's not initially. I will add more money to it if he decides he wants to be on a phone call with me during a live stream. But that money that I put in there is initially just for just a conversation, so he can, for my own personal curiosity, to catch me up on what the hell went down and what the hell is going on with his case. So, no, he's not out. There's no way he's out. Somebody paid that $2 million bond. How's he out? No, I call bullshit on that. That would have been all over the place. He's out of the Mexican jail. I don't know if you're confusing that. He's out of, oh, okay, not Michael. Okay. Okay, John's out of the hospital. Good. And because of his his health ailments that he's dealing with right now, he put me in contact with his wife Jeannie, and so we exchanged emails a couple of times, and she doesn't seem too receptive. I think she's just sick of all this shit, and I don't blame her. And probably just sees me as part of all the bullshit too, and I don't blame her for that either. But I did leave my phone number, and I left my phone number, and I left the password, or I left the phone number, the username, and PIN number to be able to call me using that account that I set up. I still have not received a phone call from Michael. I don't know if he plans on calling me. He probably doesn't. For all we know, I wouldn't blame him. I've been very, very candid about my feelings about what he's done and how he's handled certain situations. And I don't take those things back. So if I'm going to talk to Michael, I want it to be under those circumstances to where we do understand each other. I'm not going to sugarcoat shit just to get an interview with him. That's not what this is about. There are just people that follow this channel and want a follow-up and an update on where his case is. Because I'm curious about it myself. I think that, you know, if we're going to discuss corruption or possible corruption and possible misconduct taking place in Collin County, I want to know the details of this case, and I want to know his account of it and his take on it. And there's no better person to hear it than directly from him. So I'm hoping that'll happen, but I'm not holding my breath. The phone thing is set up, and he can call me if he likes. And then if that phone call leads to a live stream that he wants to be on, we'll set that up too. Band-Aid of Memories. Yes, it is. There's a few of them. It took me like, I don't know how many live streams it took me to do that. As a matter of fact. I mean, I've done so many live streams since then. Was that before the? Yeah, it was. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It took me 8 live streams to cover that entire deposition. So I read that in detail, and it took me 8 live streams because I gave my input and my insight and in my opinions on these things. So yeah, it took me 8 live streams to go over that. But they are still up. They are still very much available. Oh, yeah, I'm not even going to touch that. Mona Lisa, Betty Broderick. You'll figure that out because you're way behind if you watch this all the way to the end. So this was a 4-hour live, guys. I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys tonight. Thanks to all of you that did join, and if you would be so kind as on your way out, hit the like button. This is the beginning of a broader direction in this channel. So I hope you guys stick with me, and I hope you enjoy it. This was just kind of to hang out, and it's a little introduction to the Ricky Martin thing. I'm curious as to how that's going to go. That's not something that I see myself absolutely like being totally obsessed with unless there's details in the case that become very complicated. But since I am talking about it, I am going to follow up any updates that take place. And we're going to discuss a whole bunch of other shit. When that Kevin Spacey thing comes up, I'm definitely going to get into that. And we will be, as I said, diving deep into the mind of Teal Swan. So again, that I'm going to type it in the chat. Okay, so if you have Hulu, make sure to check out that 4-part miniseries called The Deep End. I typed it in the chat, so you should be able to reference that and find it on Hulu. There you go. I'm telling you, and let me tell you something. It's gonna make you mad. Like watching this woman made me mad. Like that's why I decided I'm like, okay, I got it. I'm going down the Teal Swan rabbit hole. But anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I loved hanging out with you guys. Thanks for being here. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.